What's up, Freelance Fest? Hey, all. Super excited to have you all with us today. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. I'm so excited to share everything we've been planning for the last several months. First of all, if you're excited to be here with us and learn from some incredibly smart freelancers and agency owners and all kinds of just really smart people, pop in the chat. Let me know who's here. Say what's up. Yeah, really excited. Before we jump into today's sessions, let me just start with a couple of quick things. Number one, I have to give a huge shout out to David Broderick, our community and event and content manager over at TOFU. He does so much work behind the scenes. Plus, he's sort of the face of TOFU and the community inside and on social and everywhere. So thank you so much, David, for all of your hard work on putting together Freelance Fest and making this a reality. Thank you. Also, of course, have to give a huge shout out in advance to all of today's workshop guests. Liam, Lashay, Rachel, Brooklin, Lizzie, thank you all so much for offering your insights, sharing your knowledge, joining us for the Q&As, all of the exciting stuff that's going to happen today. Really excited. We're going to go over the schedule in just a moment. Before we do that, a couple of quick things. First of all, hit that subscribe button, guys. Join us here on YouTube. We host all kinds of Q&As, workshops, just great video content, live sessions and stuff. So hit that subscribe button. Join us for future live sessions, recorded videos, all kinds of great stuff that we've got going on here on the YouTube channel. Would love to have you join us there. Number two, if you are not already a member of TOFU, first of all, what the heck, man? But second of all, please join us. Join tofu.co. 100% free to join. You're going to get access to our Slack community. We've got over 4,000 folks in there now. It's a great mix of freelancers. There's some in-house marketers. There's lots of agency owners and agency folks, and people just chopping it up, sharing their victories, sharing their wins, asking questions, getting feedback, posting work opportunities. By the way, shout out to all the folks in TOFU posting work opportunities all the time. I know that is takes a lot of time and effort. So thank you all so much for doing that. Yeah, pop over to jointofu.co, join us inside the Slack. I guarantee you will not regret it. Okay, all of that out of the way. Let's talk really quickly about today's schedule. Let me pull my, actually here, hang on. Sorry, let me adjust my size here so you can see this hopefully. All right, so this is today's schedule, and let me take that away. All right, so here's what we've got. We've got a morning section and an afternoon section. So we're going to kick things off right now with Lashay's workshop first. Then we've got Lizzie. Then we've got my session at 11:50 a.m. Important note, all the times shown here are in Eastern time. So if you're in another time zone, you have to do a little bit of calculus there to figure out exactly what time that is in your time zone. But these are in US Eastern time. At 12:15, we're going to actually have a live Q&A. So it's going to be myself, Lizzie, and Lashay doing a Q&A about leveling up your freelance career. So definitely join us for that. Let me move. Sorry, I guess I can't do that. Yeah. So, and then the important thing to know is that we are going to have a break. Okay. So after that Q&A at 12:15 p.m., we're going to have a short break. We've got TOFU Connect, our networking calls. So if you signed up for one of those, you should already have a calendar invite for your group. So make sure that you join that. We'll have a short break, and then we'll come back at 1:30 p.m. Okay. So we're going to be coming back after that break at 1:30 p.m. to pick things up with Liam's session. Then we've got Rachel's session. Then we've got Brooklin. And then we have another Q&A. So we're going to close out the day with another Q&A, and then we'll roll into our final round of the networking calls. We'll wrap everything up, and that will be Freelance Fest. So I will be here hosting throughout the session. So if you have questions, first of all, post those in the chat here. If you have questions about the schedule, post those in the chat. If you have questions for the speakers, okay, every speaker that you hear today is going to be joining us for a live Q&A either this morning or in the afternoon. So if you have questions about any of the workshops and you want to learn more about what they're talking about, or you have questions for them, post those in the chat or hang on to them until we do that Q&A. We'll have time to answer those questions. So, all right. I think I've done all of my housekeeping items. I think we are officially ready to kick things off, y'all. Let's get into it. So we are going to kick off Freelance Fest with the amazing Lashay Lewis. We have a really great workshop from her, and let me just pull up the file here. All right, so Lashay is going to be talking about how to niche down, finding your audience and building your freelance business. So let's see what Lashay has to say.
So in this session, we're going to talk about how to niche down and productize. So I get a lot of in-house marketers that reach out to me mainly because they want to transition from being in-house marketer to going solo. Or I get a lot of solo founders that reach out to me and agency owners, and they want to know how they can niche down and further productize their offering. So this hasn't necessarily been a very straightforward process, but I tend to be pretty good at going through difficult things and then pulling out key insights for people that also want to go through those difficult things. But now you'll have more of a roadmap to kind of guide you along. And it'll probably take you less time than it took me to figure this out. So to preface, productizing has changed my business completely. I don't have to work as hard, meaning there's not a custom solution for every client that I bring on. Every client gets virtually the same service. That's the whole idea of productizing. It's having really a specific set of systems that you execute over and over and over, despite there being different clients. I do something called, one of my friends coined the term, but it's called productized advising. So productizing usually means like you're selling one service offering to one niche, solving one problem. And what I do is I advise on the same problem over and over and over. And some people might think, well, aren't they eventually going to figure out how to solve it? Yes and no. A lot of them sometimes don't have the time to continue to solve the problem, so they keep me on. Other times, they'll learn it and they'll teach their teammates how to do it, and they take the process and run with it, and that's totally okay. But I wanted to kind of walk you through what the process of not just niching down looks like, but what the process of productizing looks like too. So the first step is going to be narrow your job description. So when I say narrow your job description, I mean you need to figure out specifically what it is that you like to do and that you can get paid for. Now, am I saying you have to be absolutely passionate about it? It has to set your heart on fire, No. A lot of us marketers do marketing because we're good at it, not necessarily because it lights our soul on fire, and that's okay. the thing that you want to build your productized brand around is something that you can at least tolerate doing on a daily basis. So for me, I love bottom of funnel. I love the nuance. I love the difficulty. I like taking difficult things and simplifying them. Bottom of funnel tends to be very difficult, mainly because internal teams need to be aligned in order to be able to create it, and a lot of internal teams are not aligned. So there's a gap there. That's another thing I would recommend that you look out for. Whatever it is that you want to do, you need to try to find the gap in your industry that you can fill. So what you do as a solo founder is going to be predicated on what you're good at, what you enjoy, and what you can get paid for. Again, like if you're an email marketer, great. What does that mean though? Another thing I want to mention too is like when you choose the thing that you want to do, you need to specifically tie that thing to an end goal. So for bottom of funnel, it's inbound leads because that's usually the last step they take before they convert into a demo. So for someone in email marketing, that could look like maybe your thing isn't necessarily inbound demos because email marketing can drive inbound demos, but it also drives signups to your email, right? So maybe that goal that you're trying to hit with the thing that you do, right? So you do emails and the goal that you're trying to do is bring in more interest from a top of funnel perspective, more like demand generation. Maybe you're trying to get them to like download maybe some sort of playbook or ebook that they have, right? But the important thing is just to make sure that whatever you choose to do, that you're tying it to an end goal because your customer needs to understand that transformation that they're going to have. It's not enough for you to say, okay, I'm going to do email marketing. Yeah, okay, so, right? You're going to do email marketing that's going to result in what? Right? So, I also want to say just because you're doing something now that's not appreciated in house, if that's the case, or you were in house and you were doing something and was not appreciated for it, doesn't mean that you can't get paid for it in the open market. So, in my example, I was doing bottom of funnel in house, but it was just one of those things where it's like, oh, well, it's not a lot of search volume, so maybe it'll work, maybe it won't work, or, it's not like people was pouring everything into this, not the way it has been since I've been consulting. So I just want to say, like, just because your skills are not valued as high commodity in house doesn't mean that it won't be viewed that way when you go to the open market. So I just want to preface that. Now, moving to step two. Step two is going to be craft your differentiated point of view. So in your industry, whatever that is, whether it's content marketing, it's email marketing, it's social media, whatever it is that you do, there is a status quo about that thing, right? Status quo meaning a large group of people that happen to believe a particular thing or an idea about this topic. So, example for me, I'm in SEO. So, a lot of people in SEO believe that if you target keywords with higher search volumes, that's going to lead to attributable revenue, and that's totally not true. So my differentiated point of view on that is that you need to focus on search intent instead of search volume. That's a differentiated point of view. Also, I believe that 95% or more of SEO tools are inflated and people do not need them. That's a very strong differentiated point of view. I also believe that teams should not task freelance writers with writing content because your most important information is found internally and not through a Google search, which is how most teams tell their freelance writers to write their content. They tell them to Google the topic, and what they'll do is they'll take like the first 10 results and mash them together and call that a unique piece. That's not the case, right? So, all of those things that I just talked to you about was the status quo, and then my take on the status quo. And it needs to be the same for you, right? So, for example, like maybe you believe in trigger based prospecting. So instead of just like gathering a list of emails from your ICP, maybe you believe that those emails should take certain actions, which then trigger for them to get certain emails, right? And think of it like this: your differentiated point of view are going to be that the hills that you die on, right? Because I'm pretty sure if you've been in marketing for any period of time, you have those things that you truly believe in, and you're just like, I don't care, nobody's going to tell me anything. You need to speak to that. And you need to speak to it over and over and over until people start to associate you with your point of view. So when people think of me, they think of bottom of funnel because that's all I talk about. And there's a difference between having a strong point of view and just being contrarian just for the sake of doing it. Like, not purposely getting a rise out of people, like trying to make people upset or anything like that. The thing is, people are going to disagree with you about your point of view, and that's okay. Because that was one of the things that I had to understand. I didn't want people getting mad and disagreeing with me and things like that. But honestly, if your point of view is not disagreed with, it's probably not strong enough, right? So it's okay to have that differentiated point of view. And when you find that and you solidify yourself there, what that's going to do is that's going to help you carve out your stance. And then what you want to do is like build content pillars around your stance. So for me, my content pillars look something like bottom of funnel, like comparison pages, and then middle of funnel. But those are kind of more general. But within those, I talk about my specific stance. So even with middle of funnel or jobs to be done style keywords, I talk about, instead of again going to Google and typing in how to do whatever and compiling those results, you need to talk to your customer success team to understand how the product works and then how your customers are using your product, and then you inject that information into the content, right? That's a differentiated point of view. So that's step 2. Okay, step 3 is where the productizing comes into play. And the way I've been able to productize is using something I call the lock formula. So going down this list one by one. So L is going to be list out everything that you do. I mean, from the moment a potential customer reaches out to you and wants to talk, what does that process look like? So for me, maybe somebody heard me on a podcast, or they seen me on a LinkedIn post or a guest post or something of that nature. And then from there, we'll have a sales call. And then from there, we'll go through procurement. And then from there, they send a contract. And then I do the onboarding. And then you want to list out everything that you do from the moment somebody reaches out to the moment you offboard them. O is going to be organize it from start to finish. So you need everything that you just listed out, you need to organize in subsequential steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So for me, what that looks like is step 1, we get alignment internally across the teams, like across sales, product, marketing, and customer success. We get alignment there on what the product is, what it does, and how it works. Step 2, I use that alignment to find high intent keywords that their prospects are looking for, and specifically with high purchase intent. Step 3, we fill in the content frameworks based on the previous 2 steps. Again, we're going straight in order. Step 4, we publish that content. Step 5, we track it. Step 6, we optimize and iterate, so on and so forth, right? But the important thing there is just that you need to organize it in step-by-step fashion. Now, maybe you don't know what this looks like right now, and that's okay. It took me probably like 3 or 4 clients deep to truly nail this down, again, because with a productized model, one of the awesome benefits that nobody really talks about with the productized model is having a very tight feedback loop. So your customers will tell you what they want, and they'll tell you what they want to change. So for me, I have my whole like process built in Notion. So when they come in, before there was a little bit of friction with like filling out all the information because it was so much. So I took that feedback and changed it around a little bit. Again, Notion is, a lot of you guys know what that is, but it's like a no code type of thing. So it's easy to take that feedback and just twist and iterate on it because it's built in no code. That's something I recommend as well. Building your system in a no code space um, keeps it organized and really is a big differentiator. I don't know how long that's going to be the case because um, a lot of people do use Notion and Coda and things like that, but they don't necessarily use it in this fashion. So I think there's still space to get in there and do something with that. And it's been a big differentiator for me too, because a lot of other like SEO agencies and things like that use Google Docs, and then here I come with Notion and a completely different process. So that's been a key differentiator for sure. C is going to be create frameworks for each step of the process. So each part of your process should have a corresponding framework to it. So frameworks help you cut down a bunch of time, again, because you're not creating things from scratch. You're plugging customers into frameworks. Now, what that looks like for me specifically. So when customers come to me and they want help with their bottom of funnel content, we do nothing from scratch. Everything that we do is based on a framework that I have created. And I have created that framework based on what I know to work. And how do I find what I know to work is because when I work with clients, what I'll do is I'll write the article and I'll track how many inbound leads it gets. Once it gets a certain amount of inbound leads, I will build it into my static framework. Static meaning like, they don't change. They can change, but it's very seldom. And there's like 5 to 10 core frameworks. Again, just to be able to mix and match it up a little bit. There are frameworks based on funnel stage. So I have middle funnel frameworks and bottom of funnel frameworks. But every part of your process, you want to create a framework for it. Again, what creating a framework looks like is taking something that has worked previously and building a template from it. Doing that for every part of the process. So I feel like even when it comes to your sales process, you need to templatize that as well. So when somebody comes in and they're like, hey, I'm interested in your service, they need to go through the same process over and over and over. The more you try to customize per client, the more bogged down you're going to get. And it's just going to suck your time. Also, if you're somebody that's thinking about scaling later on, this is super important because this serves as almost like an SOP internally as well. In the event that you don't want to give your customers your frameworks, if this is something like you want to keep more internal, that's totally okay too. You just want to make sure you have it for every part of the process. All right. And K is know how to match each step to customer pain points. So every step of your process should directly match to a customer pain point outside of selling, right? So again, they come in, they're interested, you go through procurement, sign the contract, so on and so forth. From there, like when the onboarding starts, every part of your process should solve an individual pain point. So again, what does that look like for me? Well, I know when somebody comes to me with a bottom of funnel problem, they're probably misaligned, meaning they don't know what the product is, what it does, and who it serves across all the teams. So the first thing I do is lay out this canvas. And what we do is we fill in the canvas, which helps us get alignment across the teams. That's an individual part of my process that directly solves a specific pain point, which is the pain point of alignment or not having that. So again, even the frameworks that we fill out, That's solving the pain point of the team not having a foundation to go off of. So if they have freelance writers, a lot of them don't know how to write bottom of funnel content. Even their in-house writers aren't well versed on bottom of funnel content either. So having those frameworks there, again, can serve for either an internal purpose if you're an agency that's trying to scale bigger, or can serve for an external purpose if you're a solo founder like me and you're just like, I don't want to do that work. Because for me specifically, like I don't like writing like at all, which is kind of like how these frameworks came to play. It was a way for me to be able to do less work, but for them to still be able to get the result that they needed to get. So this is the lock formula. List out everything you do, organize it from start to finish, create frameworks for each step of the process, know how each step matches to customer pain points. Okay, so there's one more step to this. And the last step to this is selling the process. So very seldomly when I get on client calls, do I have to sell myself? You could attribute that to brand affinity and things like that. But I more so think it's because of the strong process that I have. So when a client comes in, I'm not creating something custom for them. I'm not doing a custom proposal and, they want this thing, so I have to build it from, no. Like when they come in, they see the notion that I have set up. And what I do is I walk them, I say, okay, step 1, we gain alignment. Step 2, we do keyword research. Step 3, we fill in frameworks. It's the same thing over and over and over. Something else that's really, really powerful is showing them other case studies that you have of customers that have ran through the same exact process. And the reason that's powerful is because predictability eases uncertainty. If they've seen that their counterpart has had a good experience with you, naturally they think they're going to associate themselves with that and think that they're going to have a good experience with you too. So while some people might preach the custom thing, I found that my close rates are extremely high. And I think that's because instead of trying to say, okay, I'm going to bend and break to you, I'm going to say, no, you don't have to worry about anything, because what I'm going to do is plug you into this process that has been proven to work. And here's this person that did it. Here's that person that did it. This person that did it. It helps them picture themselves going through your process. All right. So just to double back on this one more time, step 1 is going to be narrow your job description. You should not be doing everything. You should be doing a very specific function. Step 2 is develop a strong point of view. This is the status quo, and this is your point of view. You need to have a differentiated take on the common status quo, right? Step 3, use the lock formula to productize. You need to be doing the same process over and over and over and over. Step 4 is sell the process. Again, you have a strong process, you have to do less selling of yourself. Of course, people have to know, like, and trust you. That's true. But they also want to know that you're going to get them results. And this carries the load. It also increases close rates quite a bit too. Hopefully you enjoyed this talk. It taught you something. And yeah, let me know if you liked it. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all. That was Lashay talking about productizing, niching down and productizing your business. I love so many of the points that she talked about. If you've followed my journey at all with Optimist, then you probably know we've gone through a very similar journey, figuring out how to streamline systems, build processes so that we can repeat and deliver results for every client, and we're not sort of building things as we go. Yeah. So again, thank you so much to Lashay. A couple of quick notes here. Number 1, yes, there will be recordings of every workshop. They'll be available on our YouTube channel. I'll send them out via email immediately after the event. So they'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern time. You'll receive that email. So if you have to miss any sessions, you'll be able to watch the recordings there, or if you miss anything here. Number 2, the workshops are all pre-recorded, but we will be having the live Q&As with all of our guests. So if you have questions for our guests, either post them in the chat now and we'll try to get them answered when we have the Q&As, or if you can attend those Q&As live, you can bring those questions to the Q&A as well, and we'll try to get those answered as well. So join us for those Q&As. You'll have a chance to ask specific questions, get specific answers on anything that you're hearing in these workshops, if they're unclear, etc. Okay, as always, just drop those questions. Let's talk about what's coming up next. Lizzie Davey, our friend Lizzie Davey, you probably know her. She is a very well-known freelance writer, works with a number of huge companies like Klaviyo and Shopify and many others. She's going to be sharing a workshop on 2 strategies for keeping your pipeline full. This is perhaps one of the number one topics we hear about in TOFU is, how do I get more clients? How do I get better clients? Those types of questions. So Lizzie is going to be sharing some of her insights and her processes for lead generation and keeping her pipeline full. So let me just pull that up and we'll let Lizzie take it away.
Hi, so today I'm going to be talking about 2 core strategies that I think every freelancer should be using so that they never run out of clients and that you never find yourself scrambling for work. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Lizzie. I'm a content strategist and writer for e-commerce tech brands. Some of my clients include Shopify, CoSchedule, Hotjar, Klaviyo, and I've been doing this for 10 years. This is actually my 11th year. And today I'm going to be sharing the two different kinds of marketing strategies that I believe freelancers should absolutely have in their arsenal, including why both of these strategies are equally important and how you can get started. So just for the sake of brevity, this is what we're going to cover. I'm going to talk about why you should use both passive and active marketing strategies in kind of like a little cozy ecosystem. I'm going to talk about when you should be using active marketing strategies and when you should be using passive marketing strategies. And then I'm going to give a little breakdown of some active marketing strategies and a breakdown of passive marketing strategies. So, passive marketing, let's start by giving a little overview of what I mean by each of these. So when I say passive marketing, I'm talking about tactics that are kind of ticking away in the background while you do the work, while you're doing the writing, the designing, the strategy, whatever it is that you do for clients. They don't necessarily lead to signed contracts, but they do increase brand awareness, they do increase your authority, and they get your name out there. So I'm talking about things like lead generation funnels, I'm talking about building your personal brand, blogging and SEO, and networking. And then when I say active marketing, I'm talking about tactics that are kind of very sales focused and that get you clients quickly. So they're kind of very active. So actively pitching brands to hire you, actively applying to job boards, actively responding to call outs for jobs that are already open, and submitting applications. The best way to kind of use these strategies is in, like I said earlier, like a little ecosystem where you do both of them together on a sliding scale. And this means that you're not sitting around waiting for clients to come to you. So if you're just kind of using passive marketing strategies where a lot of it is kind of like brand building and posting on social media, a lot of the time you will be waiting for clients to come to you. And if you're anything like me, it took me a good couple of years to get to that point. So in the interim, you want to be kind of actively putting yourself out there. It also keeps your pipeline full and warm while you're working hard. So if you're really busy and you kind of don't have any space in your roster, kind of leaning into your passive strategies can keep kind of leads coming in even if you have no need for new work at that moment. And it also means that you never have to start again from scratch. So I know a lot of freelancers, when they're very busy with client work, they will kind of push marketing their business down their to-do list. And then what happens is they will lose a contract, or a client might decide that they no longer work with them or think they've gone in a different direction. And then all of a sudden they're back to square one, having to create a new list of prospects to pitch. They're having to kind of come up with a brand new social media strategy. They're having to do all of this because they haven't been kind of doing the work in the background. So I don't think that when you're creating this ecosystem, you don't have to be kind of doing an equal amount of passive marketing and an equal amount of active marketing. And in fact, it really depends on where your business is at any given moment in time. So passive marketing strategies are really good when you're in what I call build mode. So if you're wanting to take your business to the next level, if you are wanting to add a new service to your kind of roster, if you are wanting to grow your authority in a different niche, then passive marketing strategies are really good at that. They're also really good if you have plenty of work or are fully booked, because it's actually really awkward if you are fully booked and you're doing something active like pitching and a prospect does want to hire you and you have to say, oh, well, I know I reached out to you, but I'm actually fully booked for the next 2 to 3 months. So passive strategies are good when your roster is full and you don't necessarily need work immediately, but you would like things like lining up for a couple of months. They're also good for when you want to keep your pipeline healthy while you work on your current projects, and they're also really good for growing your online presence too. So a lot of it is about kind of posting on social media and building your personal brand. And then when it comes to active marketing strategies, they're kind of best reserved for when your roster's feeling a little bit flimsy. So if you don't have a lot of clients and you could really do with 1, 2, 3, 5 extra clients. They're also really good if you need just 1 or 2 more clients to get back to your baseline. So even if your schedule is nice and comfortable, but not necessarily fully booked, but you would feel more comfortable with 1 or 2 extra clients, then active strategies can be kind of great to employ temporarily just to get to that point, so you're back to that level of safety and security that you need. They're also good if you have a NAF client that you want to replace. So even if you're fully booked, maybe you have 1 or 2 clients that aren't ideal and that you're not really having a great time working with, you can then use active strategies to replace them. And also, I highly recommend that all freelancers starting out kind of solely use active marketing strategies if you have no clients. There's no point kind of focusing on passive strategies if you have no clients. You need that solid baseline of safety and security to kind of build your authority from. So in the early days, really, really recommend going hard on the active marketing strategies. So let's dive into some of these tactics. We'll start with active marketing, which, like I said, is kind of active things like pitching, applying to job boards, responding to call-outs, submitting applications. I don't have a lot of time to dive into these in detail. Obviously, each one on their own is like a huge topic. So I'm going to do 3 kind of action points for each of them. That's hopefully you can start to like put them into action straight away. So with pitching, I would first start with creating a list of prospects. So finding relevant brands through LinkedIn, through Google, through X searches, and then creating a master list of prospects to pitch to. You can use the LinkedIn blank search method for this. You can use the people also viewed method to get kind of a list of brands that are similar to your target audience. Or you can just use a Google search. There are loads of ways that you can find potential brands to pitch. Then obviously it's writing your pitch. So really recommend personalizing each pitch you send and then finding the right person to send it to. You can use a tool like Hunter for this, or you can find the relevant contact on LinkedIn. You can do a simple search that's like content marketing lead at X company for that. That tends to work quite well. And then it's just sending and following up. So keep track of the pitches that you send and then follow up after a week. I have often had no response to the initial pitches that I've sent, but then I will get a yes or kind of a response from a follow-up. So I really recommend adding follow-up to your pitching strategy. Secondly, you can apply to job boards. So start by finding relevant job boards. You can Google your specialism niche job boards. The more relevant and specific you can be, the better. For example, freelance writers can check out Superpath, Contra, Peak Freelance to find relevant jobs. I'm not as well versed in job boards for other kind of skill sets, so it's worth doing that Google search just to find ones that are a good fit for you. Then differentiate yourself. You might be competing with a lot of other freelancers. I know that competition's really, really fierce right now. So it's important to highlight why the client should pick you. And you can do this by mentioning any results that you've had, any high profile brands that you've worked with. But most importantly, personalize your application and really kind of play into that human connection. Remember, there is another human at the end of the email, and someone is more likely to hire you if they feel that connection and they feel like you're going to be a good fit rather than you being the absolute best at the job. And then finally, show, don't tell. So controversial advice, but I always say don't link to your full portfolio in applications. Instead, cherry pick 1 or 2 highly relevant samples and then link directly to them. The reason I say this is because no one, especially someone who's kind of looking through loads of applications, has the time to kind of read through tons and tons of pages of samples, no matter how good they are. And by linking directly to a couple of really relevant pieces, you're kind of removing a step from the process, so you're making it easier for the prospect. Then you can respond to call outs. So when I say call outs here, I mean like posts people have put out, like content leads who are looking for freelancers, just posting to their social media accounts. You can do this by following hashtags. So again, finding hashtags that are relevant to your niche and skill set. The more specific you can get, the more relevant you can get, the better. For example, writers can try hashtag writer jobs and hashtag freelance jobs on Twitter or X. And you can also search for keywords. So search on your favorite social channels to find these potential opportunities. For example, on LinkedIn, you often get a lot of people posting just to their feed about freelance opportunities. So experiment with different wording in the search results and then filter by post to see opportunities like that. And then thirdly, build a list of relevant folk. So follow or create a list of people who regularly share freelance opportunities. This might be brands themselves, it could be aggregators that automatically pull in new opportunities, or it might be kind of your fellow freelancers who regularly share and reshare gigs that they see on social media. And then you can submit applications. So this is kind of like the more formal job process. And you can start by finding jobs on LinkedIn. Obviously, there are a ton of freelance opportunities in its job search. Just use kind of the word freelance when you're running searches there, and then relevant keywords to your niche and skill set. Tip here, you can also look for places promoting full-time roles and reach out to companies that advertising full-time roles to see if they need any freelance help in the interim while they're onboarding these new team members. And this is a great way, even though it's only usually a temporary kind of working relationship, is that when the new hire comes into the team, you are then on their books, so you can quickly become the go-to freelancer if they're feeling overwhelmed. And thirdly, set up Google Alerts. So use Google Alerts or a job search app to generate alerts every time a new and relevant opportunity gets posted. I know that Indeed does this as well, and I'm pretty sure other job sites do, so it's worth setting up a few alerts on different sites. And now we move on to passive marketing, which is kind of those tactics that are just ticking away in the background, that kind of like long-term results rather than short-term kind of instant gratification. So lead generation funnels. Start by creating a freebie. This could be a download, it could be a guide, it could be a video that's relevant to your target audience, and then give it away for free in exchange for an email address. I have a lot of freebies that I give away to get people on my email list, and it feels good kind of giving value, and it sets those expectations early that you are an authority and you know what you're talking about. And then once you've got people on your list, you can then nurture them by sending regular emails to keep them warm and stay front of mind. And then obviously you can leverage your list when you need the extra work. So you can, like when you're nurturing prospects, you might send case studies, you might send a little bit about what you're working on. And then when you need the extra work, you might send an email that says, I've got a couple of spots coming up in the next month. Here's what you get. And hopefully snap up a few of those spots quickly. And then you can build your personal brand. So this is a huge topic that I could spend hours talking about, but for the sake of this, we're going to say that building your personal brand is kind of showing your authority and expertise on social media. So first of all, choose your channels, decide where it is you want to show up, and I'd really recommend going where your target audience is most active. So for me, marketing to SaaS companies, LinkedIn is probably the best place to do that, but it might be different for you. And then once you've chosen your channels, then optimize your profiles there to attract the right people. Then create a content calendar. So build a list of content topics that you can talk about and create a schedule for posting on your chosen channels. Tip here is that you don't need to be posting every single day. I know that we see lots of people showing up regularly on like LinkedIn and X, but find a schedule that works for you. The main thing is consistency and sustainability rather than trying to put yourself, like post something every day. And then engage and interact. You don't always have to be posting. You can be commenting on, engaging with posts from people in your industry to stay front of mind, because you'll be showing up on their feeds and in their notifications tab, and that will get your name in front of more prospects. And then blogging and SEO, obviously this is a huge topic, and it's more of a long-term strategy. If you start implementing it now, maybe in 6 months to a year, you might start getting results from that. I know my website, after a couple of years, kind of hit the top spot on Google for, I think it was like SaaS freelance writer, and I managed to get a lot of new inquiries that way. But you can start by doing some keyword research, so you can use a tool for this. There are free ones like Google Keyword Planner, just to find out what your target audience is searching for on Google. You can then create a content calendar, so I recommend building a list of content topics that are based on that keyword research, that are really relevant to your audience. So what questions are they asking, what challenges are they having? And then, of course, writing and publishing those posts. So slowly work your way through that content list, publishing relevant posts on a regular basis, and optimizing them as much as possible. And then finally, networking, which I really, really rate and I really recommend, because it's nice to just kind of mingle with other people in the industry. It helps you kind of keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on, and also it's really nice to just have those human connections in like an industry that is primarily online. So you can do this by joining relevant communities, so get involved in Slack channels like TOFU one, where you can mingle with your target audience, you can comment on posts, start discussions, see what's going on in the industry, and don't forget to follow your fellow freelancers as well, because they are the people who might refer brands that aren't a good fit for them your way, or they might need help with a busy schedule, they might have some overflow that they need help with. I've had a lot of clients come to me via recommendations from other freelancers, so that is a really kind of lucrative but easy way to build your network. And then finally, set up coffee chats. So when you make a connection with someone, invite them for a quick coffee chat, virtual chat, where you can get to know each other, share your skills, weaknesses, and just generally kind of build on that human connection. So all that being said, I know I absolutely rushed through that, but I would recommend kind of combining these passive and marketing strategies in a way that works for you. And that means that you don't have to use all of these. I would recommend not kind of trying to do all of these things at once, but instead choose 1 or 2 strategies from each passive and then active, and see how they work for you, and then experiment with others as well. So try one, if it doesn't work, try another, and just find out what you're comfortable with, what you enjoy, and what works for you. I'd also really recommend scheduling time for both types of marketing in your schedule, and then adjusting your effort towards each of them depending on your current schedule and commitments. So sometimes your marketing calendar might look very kind of passive marketing heavy, where you're doing lots of blogging and networking and less pitching, and this might be when your roster is pretty full. And then other times it might look kind of more active, so more pitching, more submitting applications, more job call-outs, when your roster's feeling a little bit flimsy, maybe you've just lost a contract. So it really depends on where your business is at, and I recommend reassessing at least every month and focusing your efforts where they're most needed. So hopefully this was useful for you. I post a lot about these topics on X, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, so you can follow me there. I've got all of the tags here. I also run a newsletter called Friday Freelance Tips. If you go to freelancemagic.co and click the newsletter tab, you can sign up there, and I share what I've been working on each week, how many hours I've worked, the revenue my business has made, and a freelance tip. So if you're interested in that, sign up there. Otherwise, I really hope that you have found this useful.
All right, y'all. That was Lizzie's workshop. Thank you all so much. I see a bunch of questions, by the way, in the chat. I've gone ahead and starred those, so we will pose those questions to Lizzie during the Q&A session. Keep those coming. If you have more questions, please feel free to post those in the chat. We'll get to those as we get a chance. By the way, I do want to shout out, a lot of people have been talking about Lizzie's recommendation of networking, which I definitely think is like very underutilized. And in fact, somebody was even posting about, how there's sort of a little bit of an irony that we all as freelancers see so much competition, but we are still kind of helping each other out. And what I've found in this industry is exactly that, right? Even though we're technically competitors, freelancers are often making intros, referrals, subcontracting work to other freelancers. There's all kinds of stuff happening there. So build your network, folks. Build your network. All right. We got to keep this train rolling. So we're going to roll right into the next session, which is yours truly. I spent about 3 months interviewing some top freelance writers. And basically what I wanted to understand was like, how did you go from working with like lower paying clients and content mills to working with big name brands? So that's what my session is all about. It's called Breakthrough Bylines. Let me just get it going here and we'll kick it off. What's up, y'all? Welcome to my workshop, Breakthrough Bylines. Really excited to get into things today. Let me jump right into a quick intro. My name is Tyler Hakes. If you're not familiar with me, I've been working in content marketing for about 15 years. Previously worked in-house marketing teams. I was freelance for a while, worked at some agencies. And in 2016, I started a company called Optimist, content marketing agency. We've grown that now to about 25 team members. We work with around 15 clients and do about 1.5 million in revenue. We've been lucky to work with some really cool companies like Gusto and Superhuman, ZoomInfo, HelloSign, Content Stack, Sendbird, etc. And in 2018, I actually started this community, Top of the Funnel, which is putting on today's event, Freelance Fest. If you're not already a member of TOFU, by the way, check it out, join tofu.co. We'd love to have you. All that said, let's get into the topic for today, which is how do you bridge this gap, right? So I think many of the folks that I talk to in TOFU are sort of early in their career, or they're maybe kind of in the middle portion of their career, but they're still kind of scraping by. They're working with a lot of clients that are maybe not ideal, or they're still taking on content mill jobs, things like that to pay the bills. And they're looking at these other freelancers who are working with these big name companies like HubSpot or Zapier or Buffer. And they're just wondering, like, how do I go from here, where I'm at now, to there, where they're at? And what was their process like, and how did they achieve that level of success? So today's workshop is all about answering that question in as much detail as we possibly can cover in 20 minutes. So let's jump right into it, because there is a lot to cover. The short answer to this question is credibility. Okay, so the thing generally that holds folks back from working with these big name companies is they just don't have the level of credibility that they need to pitch and land work for these types of companies. Now, why is that? What is holding them back from building that credibility? Generally, 3 things. Okay, so number 1 is they don't have any bylines that they can show in their portfolio. This is a common issue that I hear from a lot of folks is, hey, I've worked with agencies or content mills in the past. I've done all this work, but it doesn't have my name on it. I don't have any bylines, or I've signed an NDA and I can't disclose this work. Something is sort of keeping you from being able to share the work that you've actually done and showcase your abilities. Number 2, the client work that you have done is simply not up to the standard that you want to showcase. Maybe you're working for rates that are lower than what you'd like. And so the work that you're doing is just not, a true reflection of your abilities as a writer. And so when you go to pitch other clients, you don't feel very confident about the work that you're showing them. Number 3 is that you're just working with sort of unknown clients. They're not really impressive logos to add to your portfolio. They don't really impress prospects or sort of showcase the level of your skill and talent and where you're really at in your career. So what we're going to talk about now is, okay, so knowing these barriers exist and knowing that we need to gain that credibility in order to go and pitch and land work with these clients, how do we actually do that? What are the steps involved? So I set out to answer this question about 4 or 5 months ago. And I decided that what I was actually going to do was go talk to as many of these freelancers as I could possibly get time with. So I talked to some really successful former freelancers and current freelancers, Chima Meje, Kieran Shahid, Lizzie, Davey, Ankit Vora, a bunch of really smart folks who have been really successful as freelance writers, specifically in the B2B SaaS niche. So if you are not familiar with these folks, they all have, in my opinion, pretty impressive resumes. They have really well-known companies in their portfolio. This is just a sample of some of the companies that these freelancers have written for. Buffer, HubSpot, Zapier, Shopify, CoSchedule, SEMrush, Klaviyo, you name it. Basically any sort of top tier B2B SaaS client, one of these 6 freelancers has probably written for them. So ultimately, my goal with interviewing these folks was to figure out their process. How did they go from their starting point, which, by the way, they started most of these folks started in a very similar position where, hey, they were sort of working for low-paying clients or taking on these low-paying gigs, and they were looking to level up their career as well. And ultimately, they kind of figured out a path to do that. So here's what I learned in the process of interviewing these folks. Lots of strategies work, right? So every freelancer had their own journey, and they would use different strategies to kind of help them along the path. I heard everything from personal SEO and just ranking #1 for B2B SaaS writer to posting on LinkedIn, getting referrals, past relationships or previous employers, cold pitching, warm pitching. Again, it really spanned the gamut. But ultimately, I was trying to find kind of the signal in the noise there. And so I didn't want to just say, hey, there are a bunch of different ways, pick one. And so what I zoomed in on was, what was the most common theme in these discussions and in these interviews? And I really figured out that about 60% of the freelancers I talked to actually mentioned one specific strategy, and they mentioned it specifically as sort of a turning point that really helped catapult their career. So here's the strategy: strategic guest posting. Okay, so the rest of this workshop, I'm going to be talking about the process of using guest posts as a way to build that credibility, get the bylines that you need to confidently and consistently pitch those high value clients and land that work. Okay, before we get into it, I'm going to make a quick detour and make some notes about free work. Okay, first and foremost, guest posts are generally unpaid. So when you pitch guest posts, usually they're not paid. In some cases they are, just depends on the site and the publication that you're pitching. In general, I am not an advocate for free work. I recommend that people never work for free. If a client asks you to do anything for free, I don't subscribe to that philosophy, et cetera, all those disclaimers. That being said, I do think as a freelancer, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, sometimes working for free can be a strategic advantage, right? And specifically, if you're doing something that is potentially unpaid, but it's going to provide value for you in some other way to advance your career or land better clients or make more money in the future. In my opinion, that's an investment. Now, again, I know that's not for everybody. Some people are firmly in the camp that, hey, I'm not touching the keyboard unless I'm getting paid to do it. I totally understand that. So that strategy is not going to work for everybody. No matter what the case is, I think you go into this process with very clear expectations around what work you'll do for free, what that might entail, and you set boundaries for how much work you're willing to do for free. And again, I would never work for someone who asks me to work for free. I only think it works in the case where you're in control as a freelancer, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner. All right, disclaimers out of the way. Let's get into the actual process and talk a little bit about this. So the basic premise here is honestly pretty straightforward when you think about it, right? Essentially what you do is you start, right? So if we go back to the idea of starting here with, let's say content mills or low paying gig work, how do you go from there to here at the top? It's generally a series of strategic steps where you build some credibility. That helps you land better clients. You repeat that process to build more credibility, land better clients, et cetera, et cetera. So in talking to a lot of these freelancers, what I learned was, they wrote 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 really, really, really great strategic guest posts for really targeted businesses, and then use those to work their way up this ladder, build that credibility so that they could go after these big name clients. That process, again, worked time and time again from the folks that I talked to. So the process here, there are sort of 7 steps that I identified from the interviews. Number 1 is defining the goal client. Number 2 is mapping out that credibility ladder. So you don't want to just go out and start pitching guest posts. You want to have a strategy and a plan for how you leverage those guest posts to get to that next level. Then you need to find incredible topic ideas. We're going to dig into that a little bit here in the workshop. We're going to talk about how to craft an unignorable pitch. We're going to talk about how to nail the work so that A, it gets published, and B, it's a great shiny example of your abilities as a writer. Number 6, we're going to talk about how to leverage that logo to land even better clients. And then ultimately, we're going to talk about how to repeat that cycle to land high-paying work. All right, so we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's get into it. So first of all, I call this a pitch ladder or a credibility ladder. It's really a simple concept, but the idea here is that you start with the dream companies that you have in mind. So obviously, in the examples that we talked that I talked about, right, you're talking about companies like SEMrush or Shopify, HubSpot. Those are dream clients for a lot of folks. So if those are your dream clients, those go into this top tier. These are the companies that we're ultimately trying to pitch. And then you sort of work backwards. Okay, so defining some companies that are maybe a little less well known. They're maybe smaller companies, maybe they're a little earlier stage, but they're going to be generally easier to pitch, meaning that they probably don't receive as many pitches. They're probably not quite as selective in the content that they publish. Now, that doesn't mean that they publish bad content. It just means that they're at a different place as a company, just like you are as a freelancer, right? And so then the idea here is really pretty simple, right? So you start here by pitching these companies in tier 1. You build, you land a guest post from one of these companies, which then you use to leverage to pitch these companies. Repeat the process as you work your way up the ladder. So that's the basic process that we want to use here. And by the way, I didn't just like sort of make up this idea of a pitch ladder. So this is Ankit Vora, which is one of the awesome freelancers that allowed me to pick their brain for this course. And Ankit shared basically this exact step-by-step process that he used. So first of all, just to give you context, if you're not familiar with Ankit and his work, he is a freelance writer. He writes for companies like SEMrush and HubSpot, as I've alluded to many times, as well as Zapier, I think is one of his paying clients. And as him and I discussed his process and his trajectory, ultimately it all came back to this one breakthrough byline that he had, right? So he talked about this idea of writing this article. I'm not sure if you can see that text, but it's Triple Whale is the company. And he pitched a guest post to Triple Whale. And that was sort of his breakthrough, right? So he talked about how before that he was working, taking on Fiverr gigs and really doing a lot of like low paying work. But once he landed that byline guest post for Triple Whale, he was able to use that to kind of springboard into working for some of these other companies that I just mentioned. Ankit's story is also really compelling because he has sort of continued to use that strategy. So he's sort of mixed in some guest posts with some paid work. He's turned some guest post opportunities into paid work. He's really sort of worked this process over and over again in a really successful way. But the point being is that this is a prime example of how this process plays out, right? So you start with sort of that breakthrough byline opportunity. You use that to work your way up the ladder, and ultimately you can work your way towards these really high value, high paying clients. The first step, and in my opinion, probably the most important step in this whole process, is finding the right topic. Okay, so we'll get into an example here in just a second, but basically, I think choosing the right topic that you pitch for this guest post shows so much to the person that you're pitching, right? So it shows that you've taken the time to really learn about their business or their blog or their publication. You understand what they need, and that you're pitching something that's super highly relevant. So it's not just, hey, I'm going to scatter pitch 100 different people and see what sticks, right? Again, we're being super strategic. We're talking about building this ladder with maybe 5 or 10 targets. We're not pitching 1,000 different places. So we want to be really thoughtful about the topics that we're pitching. We want to be intentional about those. So 3 strategies that you can use here, and we'll look at an example again in just a second. One is to conduct a competitor gap analysis. Number 2 is to look for timely or seasonal topics. And then number 3, which I think is probably the most effective, is to combine those 2 approaches. So again, let's look at a real world example from one of the freelancers that I interviewed. Kiran Shahid. Again, if you're not familiar with her work, she works with companies like Sprout Social and Doc and HubSpot. So a lot of really well-known really well-known names in B2B SaaS. And she also used a very similar process as I'm describing here. And ultimately, she sort of started her whole journey with this guest post that she wrote for GetResponse. If you're not familiar with GetResponse, they do email marketing, and I think they have some other features. But basically what she did is she conducted sort of both a competitor analysis and also thought about sort of the seasonality of this space. And what she realized was that all of these other companies, and I think GetResponse included, had content about like Black Friday, email marketing for Black Friday, et cetera, but they didn't have anything about Cyber Monday, which is this, or Cyber Weekend, I guess is what it's called now. Cyber Weekend being sort of the online equivalent of Black Friday, right? If you're not from the US, it's like, crazy shopping weekend after Thanksgiving. So Cyber Weekend, and then on top of that, she realized, hey, that's also like a timely and seasonal topic because this is coming up. And so she pitched this to GetResponse. She said, hey, look, you've got this gap. You're talking about Black Friday, but you're not talking about Cyber Weekend. Oh, and by the way, it's coming up in, however many months. She pitched and published this post in 2022, and that ultimately helped springboard her career forward to take on these clients that we've been talking about. So that, in my opinion, is sort of a prime example of an irresistible topic that is super relevant, highly valuable to the place that you're pitching. Real quick on pitches, we don't have nearly enough time to go super in depth on pitching, but bad pitches have things like canned flattery, vague offers, really long setups. They include a bunch of irrelevant work samples that aren't valuable to the person that you're pitching. So try to avoid all of those things. Anatomy of a great pitch is, in my opinion, really simple, really straightforward. You have to start with that irresistible topic, right? The topic signals so much about the effort and the thought that has gone into the pitch. Number two, you need a correct level of detail. So the correct level of detail is going to depend on point three, which is highly relevant work samples. So if you're earlier in the process and you don't have very many great work samples to show, then I would recommend that folks include more detail about the article. So show a more detailed outline, explain how the article is going to come together, which topics you're going to cover, how you're going to approach it, really flesh out the details and the specifics as part of your pitch. If you have, number three, if you have more highly relevant work samples, then you can maybe just provide a basic outline and you don't have to go into quite as much detail. Okay, so then let's talk about nailing the work. So obviously, let's assume that you've found a great topic. You've sent a killer pitch. They say, heck yeah, write that thing. I want to publish it tomorrow. Hopefully they don't say tomorrow, but then the question is, okay, how do I make sure that I absolutely crush this so that they, A, like it, B, publish it, and C, it's a shining example that I can put in my portfolio. Okay, so for this piece, I actually did some additional interviews. I talked to folks on the other side of the fence, Tawny Sattler, Adam Rogers, current and former content marketing managers at Hotjar and Shopify. And basically I asked them, like, what do you look for like in a writer? When you get a pitch or when you get an article, whether it's paid or a guest post, how do you sort of evaluate it? What sets people apart? And a few key things here. Again, we don't have time to go super in depth on this stuff, but I just want to give you sort of the quick bullet points. What sets great content writers apart? Number one is communication. So it's sort of beyond the writing itself, right? It's just how well do you communicate as a freelancer, as a writer. Number two, the flow is paramount, right? The number one thing people look for is how well does this come together? Number three is the clarity. Is this straightforward? Is it valuable? Number four is the depth. Do you go beyond stating the basics and provide things like examples or data points, etc.? And number five is the collaboration. So being proactive in your collaboration with the editors or the content manager is going to be reviewing the content. Now let's talk about how to maximize the logo. Okay, so let's assume all of those things go well. You get your guest post, you pitch it, it goes great, you nail the work. How do you then turn that into better clients, more guest posting opportunities, etc.? 4 key strategies here. You're going to add to your LinkedIn, you're going to add to your portfolio, you're going to get a testimonial, and you're going to build on what you wrote or write about your process. Quick example of that, one of the freelancers I interviewed, Precious, he nailed this build on what you wrote concept, right? So after writing guest posts or paid posts, what he would do is then he would go to LinkedIn or go to his own website. He would write a post or a blog post or a teardown about how he went through that process. How did he craft it? What made it stand out? What made it good content? All of this stuff. And the incredible thing, in my opinion, for Precious is that process, building in public, so to speak, actually landed him more work, right? It sort of brought in those clients. So it was a marketing and lead gen opportunity. Plus he was showcasing the work that he was doing and leveraging that in future pitches. So he really built this like flywheel effect where he was writing posts, writing about the process of writing posts and then getting paid work and other guest post opportunities off the back of that. So really, really cool case study here with Precious. Okay, so that's the whole process, basically start to finish. From there, what we do is we sort of go back, right? So let's say we start on rung 1 of the ladder. We go through this process. We land that byline. We leverage that byline by adding it to our portfolio. Maybe we write about the process of pitching and writing for that client. And then we go back to that credibility ladder. We pitch the next tier of clients. Now we've got a better sort of trophy piece in our portfolio to showcase. So we're going to feel better about pitching a higher caliber of client. And then we can repeat that process again and again to ultimately go from those content mills and those low paying gigs to the high level clients and the big name brands. Okay. So building that credibility ladder step by step. Now I want to take this moment to introduce my new course, which I'm just launching today. It's based on this whole process. It outlines all the details that we just went through, but it goes obviously a lot deeper into the process and really spells out the step-by-step system for repeating this same process that these freelancers use. So Breakthrough Bylines, the course is created for anybody who is watching this who wants to repeat that process used by top freelancers to really break through and work with those big name clients. So, if you feel like you don't have bylines to show, or you feel like your client work doesn't really showcase your true abilities, or you don't have the credibility that you need to land those top tier clients, this course is going to help you with a step-by-step system for going through this process on your own. Inside, there are 6 main modules. So the path to big name clients, we're going to talk about building that credibility ladder, crafting those unignorable pitches, finding incredible topics, nailing the work, leveraging the logo, and ultimately repeating the process. I am, again, just launching this course today. It's brand new. You can get a copy of this or check it out and learn a little bit more about it by going to jointofu.co/breakthrough. And I am offering a discount code for folks on this call. The coupon code is BB early. That's going to save you 33%. So it's normally $149. You'll get it for $99. Or you can also use that coupon code to sign up for MOFU, which is our subscription tier. That's normally $99 a month. You'll get your first month for $66 a month. Real quick, let me just show you what's inside here. So the direct course purchase includes the 6 core lessons. Also includes the credibility ladder template, the guest post pitch template, a target site database to help you build out your own credibility ladder. There's a workflow for conducting that content gap analysis and finding incredible topics. You get 6 full-length interviews with the top B2B SaaS writers that we talked about. So you can watch the actual interviews with those folks, hear directly from them how they built their portfolio and landed that work. And then you're also going to get those 2 full-length interviews with the B2B SaaS hiring managers, so you can learn a little bit more about what they're looking for and make sure that you really nail the work, nail the pitch, etc. As a bonus, you'll get 6 FAQ videos where I answer a lot of common questions like, hey, what's sort of the legality of using these logos, and how do I maximize the process to really help me take things to the next level. If you are interested in the MOFU membership, by the way, that's going to get you full access to the Breakthrough Bylines course, plus over $4,000 worth of additional resources. So I've got all kinds of lessons, templates, and systems. Inside MOFU, members get access to that full library, plus a private community, monthly live networking calls, any real-time feedback on the course, or anything else that's inside MOFU. So that's it for my quick pitch here. jointofu.co/breakthrough. Check out the course, check out MOFU. And again, don't forget the coupon code BB early. That offer does expire this Friday at midnight. So don't wait to use it if you're interested in the course. If you have questions, feel free to reach out. Thanks so much, y'all. Cheers. All right, y'all. That was some guy named Tyler doing his workshop. Hopefully you found that valuable. I had a really great time putting all that together and talking to so many really cool people, just learning from their experience and learning from their insights. As we mentioned before, we are going to be having a Q&A. So backstage right now, have our friends Lizzie, Davey, and Lashay Lewis, who are going to be joining us here in just a moment to answer your questions, etc. So first of all, if you have questions and you have not already posted them in the chat, please post those in the chat. We will bring them on in just a second here, and we will go through as many questions as we possibly can. We've got about 30 minutes here to answer questions. So let me just check in with them and make sure that they're good. Lizzy, Lashay, how y'all feeling? Can we get a thumbs up here? Good, ready to go? Okay, all right. We're gonna bring them on stage here. Hey y'all, how's it going?
Hi.
Oh,
Hello,
Lashay,
guys.
looks like you're muted. Oh, there you go.
There we go. How's it going?
Good. Hey, thank you all so much for joining us. I'm really excited. Well, first of all, both of your workshops were amazing. I know we had a ton of folks in the chat here commenting and asking questions already. So I know everyone loved those. And thanks so much for joining us today.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, let's just jump in. As I said, by the way, one more reminder for the chat here. If you all have questions for Lizzie or Lashay, either just about their work in general or about their workshop, or I guess for myself as well, I'm happy to answer questions. Post those in the chat. Otherwise, I'd love to just start with a very basic question. I think that everyone always is asking, how do you find most of your clients today as a freelancer? Lizzie, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So these days, I'd say like 90% is probably referrals, and then the other 10%, actually maybe like 7% is posting on LinkedIn and my online presence, and then finding me through my website. And then 3%, so maybe twice a year, I go on like what I call a pitching sprint, where I'll pitch brands that I want to work with that have been on my dream list. It takes me like 6 months to psych myself up. So yeah, like every 6 months I'll pitch some brands that I really want to work with. But yeah, I'd say 90% of the time at the moment it's referrals. So usually clients referring me to other people or other freelancers referring me.
That's awesome. And Lashay, what about you?
Yeah, so when I was starting, just to preface this a little bit, I had 0 audience, 0 personal brand, really starting from the ground up. But what I've been able to do is guest podcasting has been a huge growth lever for me. So when I first started, I'm like, okay, this is going to take a while to build an audience, but I'm like, I want to do things sooner than later. So how can I extract authority from other people and bring it over to me? And I don't know, it's like guest podcasting is just that thing that ramps up really quickly. I happened to land on a really big show that happened to be in my niche, which was Dave Gearhart over at Exit 5. And that created a flywheel. So once I got on that podcast, I had dozens of other ones reaching out. And from then, I first got on his pod last year. From then until now, I have not had to reach out to one pod to be a guest. Everyone reaches out to me. So if anybody's thinking about, growing their audience from scratch, guest podcasting, I highly recommend it. And then I almost look at it like a funnel, right? So guest podcasting is the top of the funnel where people recognize me and they're like, oh, she's cool. Let me go follow her. Then they go on LinkedIn. And then within LinkedIn, there's another smaller funnel, which is like top, mid, and bottom. Top of funnel being like story-based type of content, stuff like that. Middle funnel is like how I do this thing, really kind of flexing your expertise a little bit. And then bottom of funnel, showing the results that you got for other clients that make people want to come and sign on and work with you.
I love that. And actually, I think that's a perfect setup for one of the questions that somebody asked in the chat, which is sort of cross-pollinating these two stories. So Lizzie, would you say that fits in the active or passive category from your workshop?
So I would say that is passive because you're not kind of actively asking for work. You're basically putting yourself out there. I consider anything that's like growing your online presence or putting your name out there as passive marketing because you're not kind of directly seeking work, but that's kind of like a byproduct of it. So yeah, I would say passive for that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And building that brand and all that stuff. Lashay, by the way, how, if you don't mind sharing, how did you get into that like podcasting? Like, were you actively pitching, or were people approaching you, or how did that sort of unfold?
It's a great question. So right before I started doing all that, I had a podcast guesting coach because was super insecure, did not want to be on camera, did not want to pitch people to be on their show, have people tell me no. Come to find out, people did tell me no, which is hilarious because it's like, and this is a lesson for people too, like just because somebody tells you no the first time doesn't mean it's no forever. So when I got on the bigger podcast, everybody that had told me no prior had came back and was like, oh, well, can you, and I'm like, but yeah, totally. Like I had training on that, but I would find the people in my space, right? So understand what niche you're playing in and then find podcasts that sit directly in that niche. One cool thing you could do too is like, if you're wondering which ones you should go after, look at their reviews, right? So if you go on like, Apple or Spotify or things like that, check out how many reviews they have, and you can kind of gauge how big the audience is based on how many reviews. So if it's like 5 to 10 reviews, probably smaller. If it's like 20 to 50, getting a little bit bigger, 100 plus, they've got some listeners. So that's a good way to kind of gauge, okay, who to go after as it relates to who do I pitch to be on their pod.
I love that. And Lashay, I don't know how much of my workshop you caught there, but sort of a similar strategy to the guest posting ladder that I talked about, right? Which is like sort of starting at a certain level and kind of building your credibility, and then that leads to bigger and bigger opportunities.
Yes.
I love that. I love that. I want to transition a little bit here. We have a bunch of questions about different specific strategies, Lizzie, that you mentioned in your workshop. So one question right away, some folks were asking about like job boards and stuff. Like, what are your feelings now in 2024 about sort of I guess like, applying to jobs that are posted on like a job board? Is that worthwhile, or where do you sort of rate that in terms of value?
I don't rate it highly. I think if the only way that I would consider doing it now is if there was like a super niche job board. And I know that there are some like Slack channels that also have job postings, but they're so oversubscribed now. No offense to TOFU and their job postings. I know that lots of brands do it, and it is really useful for freelancers who kind of need that extra work and don't know where to look. I have had some success. I think I did actually land a role through the TOFU job board, but I think it was because I was literally the first person to respond. So I think if you're early, like it pays to be on it and early, and that's the only way that it kind of works now. And I've seen it from the other side. So I've put out job postings like outsourcing and contractors, and after like the first 10 responses, like it's just really, really draining trying to go through everyone. So if you're like 15, number 25, number 60, like there's just no way that the person who's going through all of those applications still has the energy and the motivation to do it. So I would say yes, if you find niche job boards, and also if you're on it and getting early, then yes. Otherwise, maybe not your best use of time.
Yeah. And I think too, both of your workshops, I think, hit on important points related to that, which is, first of all, Lizzie's, being about doing a mix of passive and active, right? So if your only strategy is pitching job posts as they show up on job boards, then, that's probably not enough. And then to Lashay's workshop about niching down, like the better defined your offer is and the better fit you are for those jobs, and the more you're going to stand out when 1,000 people apply for that gig, right? So speaking of Lashay, it sounds like maybe you're not really doing a lot of pitching, but is that part of your repertoire, or are you generally just getting inbound leads at this point?
Yeah, so I have been in a spot before where I have pitched, but to be totally frank with all y'all, like I hated it so much. I was like, I can't do this. Like, but no, like again, back to the guest podcasting point, it's like everything has been inbound up until this point. Inbound sets you up for really cool, like kind of like other strategies too. So for example, paid. So I know LinkedIn has like this new kind of like boost your post type of thought leadership ads. And it's cool because the people that come in inbound, you can use as like an audience to retarget more people and find, so it's like inbound is just kind of good to play off of for other strategies. It also, I find that it positions you a little bit. So this is for me. Maybe I seen somebody say like, Abigail sounds like every introvert ever. Yes, huge introvert. So for me, it's like when people come in, it positions me as like that authority to where I don't have to be as scared to say, okay, do you want to work with me? So on and so forth, giving my pricing, mainly because in my mind, you came to me looking for a service. So it's less like I'm knocking on your door like, hey, do you want to? And it's like more you coming to me because you know what you need already.
Yeah, totally. And I think, again, I feel like there's just so much like sort of cross value here, but I think going back to like Lizzie's workshop and all of her, the different strategies and tactics that you can use to generate leads. I always tell people, don't try to do everything. Yes, you need to have a mix, but pick a few things that work really well and fit with your personality, right? If you're outgoing, then maybe you're better at pitching or getting people on the phone. If you're not, then maybe you rely more on inbound, but pick those couple things and sort of stick with your lane, right? You gotta stay in your lane, if you will. Lashay, another question for you from Gaspard. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, or at least not butchering it. He was asking in your workshop, the first section you're talking about sort of choosing your niche and you've got the Venn diagram and stuff. And he's wondering, do you have any tips or a process for sort of validating that people will pay for a specific like niche or productized service?
Yeah. So this is usually easier to spot if you're transitioning from being an in-house marketer, because if you're doing something in-house, 9 times out of 10, the open market will pay you to do that thing. I also want to preface that by saying, because this was my situation, if you are in-house and you are doing a specific function that you feel that is not being valued, it does not mean that people in the open market will not pay for that. So for me, I did a lot of bottom of funnel in-house, and bottom of funnel is just like a very specific thing. Like even within the funnel, the proverbial funnel itself is a very specific thing. So I do a very specific thing within that specific thing, right? So it's like, it wasn't valued that much in-house, but the moment I took it to the open market and I was like, I do this thing, people, I mean, this might be exaggerating a little bit, but it's like people blew down the doors, and it was because nobody else had come to market with that specific positioning. And bottom of funnel is difficult for people to do, mainly because it involves deep expertise in not just content marketing, but product marketing too. And then you get into a whole list of other things of like teams not being aligned and stuff like that. But yes, going to market for me was just, it's just the thing that I did in-house, that it was a mix between like what I liked, what I was good at, and then you find like what the market will pay for, which is I kind of talked about in the workshop. It's like your solo role is going to fit right in the middle of those 3 things. Yeah. So if you're getting paid for it in-house, 9 times out of 10, somebody's going to pay you for it if you're not in-house too.
Yeah. I think too, from my experience, I think some of it's just experimentation, right? By the way, shout out to Erica Schneider. I know she posted a bunch of stuff about her kind of building her businesses. And that was one of the things that I've taken away from following her journey is, she just like puts a thing out there, sees what the response is. And if it's good, then she rolls with it. If it's bad, then she tries something else, right? Like she's just experimenting. Yes. I feel like, that's maybe the unspoken secret of freelancing and entrepreneurship in general, is that none of us have the perfect playbook. Like we're all kind of figuring it out. You just don't see the times that we failed as often as you see the times that we won.
Yes.
Lizzie, I'd love to know what your take is on sort of niching. I don't like, to what extent do you consider yourself sort of having a specific niche?
I think now I would say I have a very specific niche, but the way that I got here was not like I sat down one day and I wasn't like, right, you know what, I'm going to write for this specific type of brand. I actually started as a travel writer. So I was writing for travel brands. I was writing content for lifestyle brands, writing about dogs and bats and real estate in Puerto Rico. And I've never been to Puerto Rico. So like literally anything I would take in the early days. And then it took me about three 3 years or so to really settle into kind of where I found what I enjoyed writing about, what I was good at writing about, and what people would pay me for. And I think it takes it doesn't have to take a long time, but it can take a long time to figure that out. And I think the mistake that a lot of new freelancers make is that they sit down on day one and they're like, right, okay, I'm going to choose a niche right now, and that's going to be my niche forever. And like the truth is, like, I hadn't come from in-house, so I didn't know like where the demand was. I was just like, I like writing about travel, so I'm going to do that. And then it was fine, but after 3 years I was like, right, the pay is crap, and there's only so many ways that you can write about the beach in Barcelona. So what can I do now? So it was kind of like an organic process to get to where I am today. It wasn't really a conscious decision. And I think every freelancer has to go through that. And I know lots of people are like, but how do I choose a niche? How do I choose something that I know is going to pay well and where clients need writers? And the answer is like, you kind of just have to figure it out. Like a lot of things with freelancing. And I know that's a really like naff answer, but it's true. Like you just have to experiment and figure out what works for you.
But by the way, Lizzie, we the chat was going wild over your use of the word naff. So
just, I love that. It's so British. I realized after this,
they love it. Really they love it. Yeah. Well, I love that insight, and I want to stick on this point for a moment, because I think this is where a lot of people get stuck, right? So if I can maybe thread the line, the logic there a little bit, I think the key takeaway that I'm hearing from both Lashay and Lizzie is, yes, pick a niche, but no, don't just like throw a dartboard or a dart at the dartboard and like let that decide your niche. Like you have to actually get in there, get some like hands-on experience, figure out what people are interested in, what people pay for. Maybe that's from your in-house worker or from just talking to people in the industry, and sort of have like an actual data-driven decision-making process. Is that right, Lashay? Does that sort of fit with what your recommendation is?
It does. Another thing I would say too, so let's say like you're not in-house right now and you're like, okay, I need to figure out a niche to go after. Like, so what I did in the beginning, because at first I labeled myself as like a fractional content strategist. Again, the word fractional was kind of popping at the time. And it was like, honestly, it was more of an internal use of the word than external, which is like really another word for part-time. But I mean, I was like looking at job descriptions and I was like, okay, will people pay me for this thing that I want to do? Because when I was in-house, my role was like a senior content strategist, but I was also kind of a content marketing manager. And what I noticed is that, and for me specifically, I work in SaaS. So I noticed that companies that had 11 through 50 employees had a tighter job description than jobs that had like 51 through 200 employees. So for example, a company with 51 through 200 employees would be like, okay, so our content marketing manager is going to do ebooks and white papers and YouTube and social media and just all these things. Basically them trying to like lump a head of content position to a content marketing manager. Like I'm ranting right now, but I'm just like, I hate that so much. Versus like the startups where it's like, okay, we want you to talk to our internal teams. We want you to pull insights from that information. We want you to do some keyword research. We want you to focus on the blog. It was a very tight job description, which kind of helped me form my positioning around who to go after. So when I figured that out, I started going after startups and it just aligned perfectly. And I used job descriptions to kind of help me find the pathway to do that.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And maybe this kind of gets to Rachel's question, by the way. Shout out to Rachel. Good to see you here. So Rachel's saying, she's an in-house marketer, but she's been sort of a generalist, as you're saying, right? Like a lot of these in-house roles, they tend to, you do a little bit of everything, right? So how do you transition from that to finding a niche? If I can say one thing, and feel free to check me if this is wrong, but I feel like the thing to keep in mind with choosing a niche is that there are a lot of things that are not going to work. And then there are a lot of things that are going to work. It's not like there's one niche and you have to find the right niche. Like you can do a lot of different things. So it's okay to be like, hey, I've got all these general skills. I like these 3 things. I'm going to try those 3 things and see which one seems to resonate with the market. That would be my approach. Any thoughts on that, Lizzie or Lashay? Feel free to chime in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I mean, even now, I have some clients that don't tightly fit into the niche that I'm in, because we are human and we enjoy different things and we have lots of different interests. Like, we're not one-dimensional. And I think a lot of freelancers that I know have kind of this core niche that they market themselves in, but then also they're doing work for other types of brands that they have they're more passionate about or they have an interest in. So I think it's finding that balance between, yes, like, in some ways you do need to be considered an expert to make high rates and land better clients, but also like you want to enjoy it as well. So there's definitely finding that balance between the two.
Totally. Lashay, would you say there's like a defensible, potentially, obviously, again, we would want to validate this further, but is there potentially like a defensible niche around like being that generalist and maybe like sort of taming the chaos of content? You know, like to me, like that, maybe it's not a specialized skill set in the traditional like T-shaped way, but like that feels like a skill that comes from being a generalist, is just being able to sort of connect all those dots as a superpower.
1,000%. So like I beat the niche down, whatever y'all want to call it. I beat that drum a lot, but generalists are still needed. And I tend to find that generalists usually are the people that go in fractional head of content, fractional head of digital. But generalists are needed because what I find from a lot of companies, at least since I've been consulting over the past year, is budget bias. So meaning like if somebody is in a high level role and they are not a generalist, let's say, for example, they believe in paid ads and they believe that dumping money in paid ads is just going to get us a return quicker than organic. It's like they will pour most of their budget into that thing because that's their bias, versus a generalist that's like, okay, I see how every piece of this contributes to the greater goal. I think generalists are absolutely needed, mainly to help bring consultants like us in and freelancers like us in. But again, like when you have somebody that's just very biased toward a specific strategy or way of doing that strategy, it's just like, okay, we're going to dump all of our money here and, kind of, hope for the best, versus a generalist that's like, okay, we know that we need organic marketing and organic rolls into the paid, and then we need YouTube, and then YouTube can be repurposed to email. It's like they see things at a 10,000 foot view versus zooming in and seeing this one thing, and we're going to beat this thing to death. You know what I mean? So I think generalists are absolutely needed. Yes.
Yeah. And I think that there's maybe another point to pull out of that, which is that niche can mean a lot of different things, right? So obviously, Lashay, you have a niche in that you are focused primarily on a specific like type of content that fits into specific structures. That's one way to have a niche. Another niche is, hey, I only focus on, e-commerce or, shopping brands or whatever, a sort of an industry or vertical focus niche. And then there's also like a problem solving niche. Like if you have this problem, you hire me, I come in, I fix it, right? In my opinion, that's the way to go. If you're like a generalist, is you identify the specific pains that companies have and you come in and say, hey, I've solved this before. And I don't have one skill. I have a bunch of skills that are going to help you solve this problem. And here's how I'm going to do it.
Yep. Totally.
I love that. Okay. So first of all, I'm just going to preface this by saying we've only got about 9 minutes, so there's no way we're going to get through all these questions. But y'all, thank you so much for all of them. I'm going to do my best. We'll get through as many as we possibly can. Let me try to do a little bit of rapid fire here. Lizzie, real quick, couple questions for you around LinkedIn. Do you have any like sort of general tips about how you use LinkedIn or how to make it most effective as a freelancer?
Yeah, I'm going to try and make this as quick as possible. There are 3 things that I think if you want to get clients through LinkedIn, you have to have. So that's optimization. So your profile needs to be optimized so people can find you.
Shout out to Rachel.
Yeah. And then exactly. Yeah. Maybe that's better for her. And then the second one is showing up. So having a presence there. So I'm not saying you need to post every day, but you want to be top of people's feeds, because I know I connect with a lot of people and then I never see them again. So you want to be showing up in their feed. And then the third thing is networking, because I mean, LinkedIn is traditionally a networking platform. So you want to be engaging on posts. You want to be connecting with content leads. You want to be connecting with other freelancers. And then not just networking and ghosting, but not connecting and ghosting, but also kind of staying in touch with them. And just generally being visible, I think, is the most important thing on LinkedIn. So optimization, engagement, networking, and most of all, just be visible.
Love that. Let's jump to some questions for you, Lashay. Sorry, I'm figuring out how to use this platform again. Okay, so there are a lot of questions. Lashay, you were talking about, in your sort of line of work, being able to like measure and attribute conversions and that kind of thing. So folks were just asking, let me pull up a specific question here. Okay, so Nikita was asking, you mentioned tracking inbound leads for your BOFU service. How do you track them? What does that actually look like behind the scenes?
So I say this in every live stream, every podcast, GA4 sucks. They shave conversions off of content, things like that. So I've been trying to like find other services that can track that a little bit more tightly. So like services like Lead Feeder, which is owned by Dealfront, and I can't think of Amplitude is another one. And it's one more. Oh, Dream Data. That's another one. So those three solutions I like to use. So right now I'm using Lead Feeder for one of my clients, and it gets super specific with like, okay, this piece of content drove in this conversion. But then you get the people that get mad at me like, oh, what about, attribution bias? I'm like, yeah, right. That's a thing. Right. And I don't want to make it seem like, oh, we're doing bottom of funnel and it was my piece alone with no other nurturing or anything that got that conversion. But I more so do that to say the content team does contribute. And I feel like people in content are not appreciated because our numbers aren't tightly tracked like sales. Sales has like, oh, this is my close one rate and how many, like they have numbers to closely stand by them where the marketing team does not. So a lot of times it's harder for us to prove our value. People think content marketing is just like this black box and you just throw shit in it and they don't know what's going to come back out, when that's totally not true. You know what I mean? Like every part of the funnel plays a role in nurturing. So again, the reason like I set that up like that is to show like the content team does indeed contribute. And again, I like bottom of funnel because it's a bit easier to attribute inbound leads, but maybe you don't do bottom of funnel, maybe you do top of funnel, right? And that objective or that goal that you're trying to hit maybe won't be like conversions, maybe it'll be like email signups or registrants for webinars or whatever that objective is. But what I want to tell people is like, whatever service you choose to do, make sure that it connects to an objective that the company is looking for. So like, again, I just choose, either Dream Data, Amplitude, or Lead Feeder as of right now to just hook their information up into, and then I have it like in Notion where it just pulls everything in to show, okay, this blog post bought in this inbound lead and kind of like make that one-to-one attribution.
Yeah, so you're deep in the data behind the scenes is what it's all here there for sure.
Like you have to be. You're not, we're not, marketers aren't appreciated like that. So if I could step to the forefront and say, okay, yeah, we do contribute every day of the week, I'm going to do that for sure.
And a real quick follow-up question also from Nikita. Is there any kind of like guarantee or anything that comes with this work that you're saying like, hey, our BOFU content's going to drive this many leads, or how do you sort of quantify it up in the initial discussions?
Is that question for me?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah. So when you onboard a client, is there discussion about like what that outcome is going to be? Like it's going to generate X number of leads, or it's going to convert at a certain percent, or anything like that?
That's a great question. I mean, you can never really tell them exactly what the number is going to be. You can kind of preface it and say, okay, these generate inbound leads quicker than anything else that you can do on the content marketing side. I don't give them a specific number because, as we all know, SEO is not anything that you can directly put your finger on and say, I definitively say that this is going to happen. Like, it's just not true. But I'll give them, what I'll do is I'll show them results from previous clients and say, okay, we got this many inbound leads doing this much. And I'll kind of like generalize it. So for example, I'll be like, typically it takes 3 months to start generating inbound leads, because on average, that's what I find. It takes 3 months, but it takes maybe like 6 to 9 BOFU posts to start seeing attributable pipeline. So I'll just like take all the clients that I've had and kind of like group up that number a little bit and find an average. But I never say definitively, okay, we're going to get this much, because it's just not true. You don't know how much you're going to get. SEO is very unpredictable. So
Yeah.
I try to just like generalize it like that for them the best I can. Yeah.
Yeah. I call that outcomes matching. So you sort of take their scenario, you look at your past clients, and you say, okay, you know, I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen, but based on where we're at, what we're trying to do, what your budget is, what the timeline is, et cetera, you know, here's what's happened in the past. So we can use that to kind of give us a ballpark of what might happen in the future.
Yes.
Amazing. So we are just about out of time. I do want to ping one final question, because I know a lot of people are probably going to be interested in the answer to this. Lizzie, if you're a new freelancer and you need clients yesterday, what's the one tactic or strategy you would go to first?
I would be connecting with as many content leads as possible. I would go hard on pitching. I think if you need clients urgently, like, you have to focus on the active marketing strategies, because yes, building a presence on LinkedIn is great, and yes, posting on social media is great and everything, but it's not going to give you results immediately. Like Lashay says, like, it can take 3 months to start seeing pipeline on stuff like that. So I think, yeah, I would go really hard on active marketing. I would write up a big list of prospects to pitch. I'd be connecting with as many content leads, booking in as many virtual coffee chats as I could, and just really going against every bone in my body and putting myself out there.
I love that. And if I could add to that, I think, you know, yes, pitching, and also, like you said, just networking, coffee chats, just building those relationships, I think is, you know, maybe overlooked. So, okay, y'all, once again, I know we didn't have time to get to all the questions, but we are at time here. So I need to wrap up so we can move on to the next thing here. Lashay, Lizzie, thank you both so much. Amazing insights. Thank you so much for answering all of our questions today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you for having us. Yes.
Awesome. Okay, y'all. Well, here's what's going to happen. We are going to take a short break here. We've got the TOFU Connect networking calls. If you signed up for those, you have an invite in your calendar invite. Go join your session there. Meet with some of your fellow attendees, network, mingle, etc. And then we also have an additional about 15 minutes kind of baked in here. We're going to be back at 1:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern time. Okay, 1:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern time. Right here, same link, same stream. In fact, it's going to keep going. I'm going to put up a screen here so that everyone's reminded. I will see y'all again here in a little bit. Thank you all so much, and talk to you soon. Cheers. And welcome back, y'all. We are here for the second half of Freelance Fest. First of all, if you really enjoyed the amazing sessions in the first half and you're excited for the second half, pop in the chat. Let me know who's here. Say what's up. Thank you all for all of your amazing questions, comments, feedback already throughout the first half. It has been amazing. All right, we are going to kick things off in just a second before we get into our next workshop. Which, by the way, is Liam's workshop on cold pitching. I know that's something that a lot of folks hate and probably gives you the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. But Liam's going to share his strategies for effective cold pitching without feeling like a total weirdo. Real quick recap. Let's just go through the schedule here one more time so everyone is on the same page. So it's 1:30 right now. We're about to kick off with Liam Carnahan's session. Then we're going to get into Rachel Meltzer's session on using your LinkedIn profile to generate inbound leads. And then we're going to cap things off with a session from Brooklin Nash. He's going to be talking about the perspective of an agency owner and what he looks for in hiring top freelance talent. So another amazing slate of sessions coming up. One more note, which is that we will have that live Q&A also at 2:45 Eastern time. So we're going to have Brooklyn, we're going to have Rachel, we're going to have Liam and myself on that Q&A. So as before, if you have questions for any of these folks, or if you have questions about their specific workshops, drop those in the chat. We'll get to as many questions as we possibly can in that final Q&A. Okay, y'all, that is my quick preface. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. If you haven't already, join us in TOFU, join tofu.co. I hope you've been really enjoying the session so far. It's been a ton of fun for me, and our guests have been amazing. So let's get into it. As I said, we're going to kick it off with Liam's session on cold pitching. So let me go ahead and pull that up for us, and we'll let him take it away.
My name is Liam Carnahan. I'm a coach and mentor for freelancers, and I'm an SEO and content specialist myself and the founder of Inkwell Content. I want to take a few minutes to talk about a topic that comes up a lot in my one-on-one sessions with freelancers, and that is cold pitching. Now, personally, I hate cold pitching. I don't really know anybody who likes cold pitching, but it sometimes is a necessary evil when you are really in need of a client or some income soon, especially in the first few months or years of your freelance journey when you don't have other systems set up or following in place that can get you leads. It often feels very gross to go about cold pitching in a traditional way of just emailing as many people as possible and sending out copy paste messages over and over to strangers. And I hated doing that so much that I just stopped doing it. And I found a different way to go about cold pitching that feels a lot less icky. It really works for me. So I'm going to show you how that method works. And I'm going to give you a few tools that you can use to implement the process on your own. Speaking of which, anytime you see this QR code and URL on the screen, you can follow it to sign up for my mailing list and get a copy of the templates that I'm going to go through in this presentation. And you'll also get all of my best tips for freelancers that I send out on a pretty weekly basis. So why does the traditional method of cold pitching feel so gross to so many people? Well, the first answer I have is that it takes all of the humanity out of the interaction. So we are all humans at the end of the day. We want to feel human throughout the day. Ideally, when you're sending a bunch of copy paste messages to a bunch of strangers, there's pretty much no humanity left. So that just feels gross to the human spirit. We also know that most people hate to receive these emails. I get them all the time and I hate them. I archive 99% of them and I find them extremely annoying. They sometimes fill me with rage if they're really bad. And you don't want to be the kind of person sending out those messages. You don't want to be the person who is showing up in people's inboxes and causing them to roll their eyes. This method of praying and spraying can also damage your image as a freelancer. For lack of a better word, it does appear kind of desperate. And look, no judgment if you are desperate. That happens in freelance careers. You become desperate, especially when you're newer to the scene. However, presenting yourself as someone who is desperate for work is not a good look, and it can really hurt you down the line. Finally, the worst thing about this traditional strategy is that it doesn't work very well. It ends up getting you the kinds of clients who don't see through these tactics, aka clients who don't understand the value of what it is you're offering or are willing to pay for that value, who want somebody cheap, who want somebody desperate. We don't want those kinds of clients. We want long-term, high-value, high-paying clients, clients that see the value in you and will pay for it as well. So all that being said, this traditional strategy is a pretty big waste of time. So fortunately, there is a better way to go about cold pitching, and that's the strategy I want to walk you through now. What I'm going to ask you to do is kind of forget all the notions you have about cold pitching. If that's at all possible, we need to do a little bit of a mindset shift. So I want you to start thinking about a handful of leads, and I'm talking about 5 to 10 different clients. Now, you're eventually probably going to have to go after more than just 5 to 10, but I aim for 5 to 10 to start. Otherwise, this process can get a little overwhelming. And you really want to be selective about these 5 to 10 because you want these to be companies that you really feel driven toward, the ones that you really, really want to work for. Why not go after those clients anyway? But also, this process kind of requires you to have some passion about the people that you're going after. In fact, your whole freelance career requires passion about the things that you're doing, but especially this process, which involves a lot of deep research, which I'm going to get into in a second here. So of those 5 to 10, one place I like to start is thinking about the brands that I'm already a fan of, brands that I'm already using, products I like, companies I admire, because I already have a foot in the door by being a fan, which you'll understand a little bit more in a minute, but that's a great place to start. I also recommend going after targets that are relatively in the same niche or industry, because that way you can double up on some of the process that I'm going to show you and save yourself even more time. This process, it's going to feel a little slower than some of the other lead generation processes, but trust me, the payoff is worth it because of the results that you get. Now, I also want to suggest that you use Google and social media to find people. It's pretty obvious. LinkedIn has a really, really good search function. Once you type something into the search bar, you can use advanced features to filter by industry or name or job type. And I also really like this tool, Apollo. It's apollo.io. And that's a really good tool for finding specific people within specific businesses. So check those out. And then what you're going to do as you're doing this is start putting the names of the people you want to target into a spreadsheet. And lucky for you, this is one of the templates that I'm offering. So there's the QR code if you want to get a hold of the template. But let's have a look at it right now, shall we? So when you open it up, it's pretty straightforward. You've probably all seen spreadsheets like this before, but this is the information that I like to capture. I've just put in some fake companies in here, but you can make a copy of this once you access the template and fill it out on your own or adjust it however you like. I've got a section here for the name of the business, obviously. And then we have any important URLs that you want to include. This includes social media links, maybe a link to the blog page or anything of note that you want to be able to quickly access later. And then this is where you're going to take notes on why you want to contact this company, what kind of angle you might be going with when you're pitching to them, what you think is special about them, just anything that doesn't fit into the other places here, but things that you want to remember because you're going to be spending quite a bit of time with these leads. So dig in and get the information that you need. You're also going to want to get the name of a specific person or few people to contact at the company. And I'll talk a little bit more about who those people should be. But ideally, you want to have a few people in mind. Remember, we're putting the humanity back into cold pitching. So rather than targeting a business and, sort of a big conglomerate business, start thinking about an individual that you want to build a personal connection with. You'll have the best way to contact them, and bear in mind that could be social media, it could be email. The templates I'm going to share a little bit later are all based on email, but you can use them in the same way on all of these different platforms. Next, you want to have the date of last contact. Now, this is really, really important. I don't have time to go into my full methodology around following up, but one of the mistakes I see freelancers make over and over again is that they give up on cold leads after like 1 or 2 emails, just because it feels so uncomfortable. So part of the goal here is to make cold pitching more comfortable so that you don't feel like giving up and that you do feel like pursuing. But my recommendation is that each one of these leads, you should be following up with them 3 to 4 times over the course of 2 to 3 weeks before you write them off as not an option. The last thing I have is the next step section, which is obviously where you should just be keeping track of the next thing you want to do so that once a day or a couple times a week, you can jump into the spreadsheet, see where all of your leads are, and take a few actions, little bite-sized steps towards getting yourself a really high-quality lead. Once you have a list of leads together, 5 to 10 that you're excited about, the next thing that you're going to do is enter the research phase. This is the part that I think is pretty fun. So what you're going to do here is research each of these companies really thoroughly. And I want you to kind of be of 2 minds as you're doing this. You want to think of yourself as like a super fan and also a critic. Start going through the websites of each of these at a pretty slow rate. I usually spend about an hour doing this, looking at different blogs, going on their social media, just researching them in every way that I can think of possible. Again, this is going to feel slow compared to the other forms of lead generation, but trust me, this method works really, really well compared to that. As you're doing this, this is a really good opportunity to start looking for the specific names of people that you want to contact. Look for people who are really active on social media. Maybe they're working on the blog or they're publishing on the blog, or maybe you just come across their name and their title and you think, oh, that's the person I want to contact. So keep an eye out for people while you're doing this as well. And you're also going to be looking for things that really resonate with you. You want to be a fan of this brand. So look for the blog that you think is the best, the social posts that you think are really awesome, really anything that you think you can bring forward and genuinely be like, hey, I love this, or this really caught my attention, or I have another question about this. And you're also going to be looking for areas where you think you can be helpful. This is where it helps to have a little bit more of a critical eye. For me, because I'm a writer and I'm also an SEO, I'm always looking for places where people can improve their blog or find places where they might be able to improve some user experience or a keyword that they might have missed. But that's where the critical eye comes in. No matter what type of freelancer you are, just be looking for an area where you might be able to slot yourself in the future. Now, as you're doing this, it's also a really good idea to start warming yourself up to the potential lead, even though you haven't actually made contact with them. And I'm not talking about reaching out and making a sale at this point. This is more like leaving thoughtful comments or resharing posts that they've put out, joining their mail list, downloading some of their content. I might even suggest sending an email to somebody with absolutely zero pitch at all, just fan email. Hey, I really love this blog. I really thought this was a great post. This made me laugh. I had a question about it, and just don't even mention anything about what you do. What you're trying to do here is warm up the lead a little bit so that when you do make a pitch, it doesn't feel like it's just coming totally out of left field. So start making really thoughtful and genuine comments in places where people can see your name and your face, and you'll have a much easier time making your case in the near future when it's time to make the pitch. Once you've got that list of 5 to 10 businesses that you're really energized about and the individuals that work at those businesses, you know who they are and you're ready to target them, it's time to start crafting the pitch. And it really is an act of crafting because you're going to put quite a lot of effort into these messages that you're going to write. But no matter what approach you end up taking, there are 2 key elements to every pitch you need to have. The first is uniqueness. You need to make it clear from the very beginning, including like the subject line, that you have done your homework. You need to show them that you've gone out of your way to research who they are. You are not just another person copying and pasting messages to millions of people. You are interested in this person specifically, and you want to show them that from the subject line all the way through to the end. And the other key element is that it needs to be useful. So you need to come to the table from the very first email with a uniquely useful pitch that they can use pretty much right away with almost no effort. I know that sounds a little vague, so why don't we look at a couple examples to see what I mean. First, let's take a look at an example of an email that shows us what we're not going to do. I pulled the most recent pitch email that I archived without replying to. It happened to be from a company that I actually quite like. this sales rep was trying to get me to sign up for a demo, which I didn't want to do. And you can see why. So right off the bat, their subject line and nothing in the email does anything to convince me that this person knows who I am. There's nothing in this email that suggests that they know my name, they know my business, or anything personal about me. That is the number one way to end up in the archive bin. You have to make sure that you are going out of your way to show somebody that you know who they are. And as if that weren't enough in the subject line, they actually own up to it right in the first sentence. They just go ahead and say that they don't know who I am. They're taking a wild guess at who I am. And then they go on to tell me all about their company and why it's so good. Now, look, I do actually like this brand, but by this point, they've already lost me. I didn't ask for any of this email. I certainly don't want to sit through a sentence or two of their biography. They've been archived by this point. And then when it comes to the offer that they're making, it's not even really an offer. They're just trying to get me to sign up for a 14-day subscription. That requires me to leave this email, go to their website, sign up for the 14-day free trial, all for something that I didn't really ask for. And that's not really going to help me at all unless I actually want to use this tool. So it's actually the opposite of value. They're asking me to do something that, actually is kind of costly to me in terms of my time. So ultimately, what's going to happen is that I'm going to delete this email. I'm never going to respond to this person. Now, here's an example of one that actually did work on me. This is not someone who's been using my templates, but it is very much the type of thing that I'm suggesting that you do and the thing that my templates will help you do. So this is a different one. And let's just have a look at a couple of the things that are going on here. First things first, right off the bat, they've gone out of their way to show me that they're actually taking a specific interest in me and my business. They signed up for my mailing list. I love that because I can actually verify that. I can look and see if they actually did sign up for my mailing list. And also, I love when people sign up for my mailing list. You should do it, by the way. And so that already made me feel good. It made me feel like, hey, these people are actually somewhat invested in me as a person. They're not just blasting an email at me. They've done it again down here at the bottom where they say they went on my website and used my voice to craft something for me. Speaking of which, they've also showed me in this email that they're going to offer me something of value. Specifically, they are going to write a new email for my email sequence. Now, I didn't technically ask for that, but it is actually something that I wouldn't mind getting. And it sounds like it's pretty unique and it sounds pretty valuable to me, pretty irresistible. And the best part is it takes almost no effort for me to get this. All I have to do is reply and say yes. I don't have to go anywhere, sign up for anything, or do any extra steps. I just have to reply and say yes. And all of the friction was taken away. And ultimately, these people did get a response from me. So that's the difference between the traditional style of pitching and the style that I'm recommending. It does take some more work, but ultimately you're getting through to the people you want to get through to, and you're not just ending up in the archive bin. When it comes to making your pitch unique, you've already done all the research you need to do in order to step forward and say, I really like this, or I wanted to ask a question about this. But when it comes to adding value into your pitch, this is where you're going to have to get a bit creative. And it's really going to depend on your business and what you offer in terms of services. But in general, here's a few quick ideas that I might suggest. Probably the most common one for me that I've used is offering a free piece of content. Now, sometimes I'll actually just have a blog that I'm shopping around to different companies. Other times I'll just come forward with 3 or 4 ideas of blogs and suggest them to companies, just 1 or 2 sentences of an idea. It's a pretty traditional way to pitch things, but I've tailored these based on the research that I've done to make sure that they're really, really appealing to the person I'm pitching to so that I know they're going to want one to add to their blog. You can also do a quick recording. Maybe you do a review of something on their website or a review of some of their social posts or just a quick piece of advice on something. But recording is a really good way, if you're comfortable on camera, to give yourself a little bit of humanity, put a face to a name, and also make it super, super clear that you don't offer this to everybody, that you've gone out of your way to offer it for this person. You can also do a comparison to their competitors if you know who their competitors are, if you have a few ideas. This is a tactic that's worked great for me. Sometimes I'll just show a person that I want to work with what keywords their competitors are ranking for, and then I'll say, hey, you're not ranking for those keywords, but I think I could help you. Kind of ignites that competitive flame that a lot of business owners have. Another tactic I like to use is asking someone if I can test out my new skills. So maybe you just learned how to make an animated logo, or you just learned how to write a certain piece of code, or You've just picked up a new SEO skill because you took one of my courses and now you're an SEO pro. Well, in those cases, a really good way to break the ice with someone is to step forward and say, hey, I just learned this new skill. I've been looking for places to try it out. I noticed that you have a website, a blog, a logo that I could work on. Would you mind letting me give it a try? I'd love to show you the results. And then you just offer them free results that way. And another way, very similar, is to just come forward with a quick tip as an expert. Hey, I was browsing your website, really loved this blog, but I noticed this. Or I was watching your story on Instagram and I really liked it, but I noticed that you might get more reach if you did this. Those are all good ways to kind of show them, hey, I'm doing something a little bit more specific to you. I'm really diving into your social media or your website, and also I'm trying to help. Okay, that's a lot of process, I know, and it probably was a lot to take in just 20 minutes, but it's a lot easier if you give it a try. And to make it easier to give it a try, I have put together a few templates from real examples of emails that I've used to win over clients that I've had in my business for years. Because they are from my actual business, they are centered around SEO and content, but they can be adapted for pretty much any type of freelancing. Really, it's going to be just a model of how I've phrased certain things before, certain tactics I've used that you can then use and adapt into your own voice for your own business. Go ahead and give it a try. One last thing to mention. If you want to get away from cold pitching altogether, I have another resource you might want to check out. It's my ultimate lead generation guide. It goes through all of my strategies for generating leads beyond cold pitching. So you might want to check that out too. All right, that's all for now. Thanks again for listening in, and you can always come and visit me at inkwellcontent.com or by finding me, Liam Carnahan, on LinkedIn or X. Thanks again for listening, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, y'all. That was Liam Carnahan on cold pitching. I'll say this, I'm also a person who receives a lot of cold pitches, and I love, Liam's approach here, which is really making it a one-to-one kind of connection. So, using templates, but building on that and customizing what you're actually sending someone so that it's clearly a personal message that you're sending to a single person and not a mass email that you're sending to 1,000 folks. As I mentioned before, I'll continue to mention again. We're going to have Liam on for our Q&A in a few in about an hour and a half. I think it is. I gotta do math. That's hard. And if you have questions for Liam, either about his templates, his cold pitching process, his workshop, or just his work in general, drop those in the chat now. I'll grab those for the Q&A, or feel free to bring those to the live session when we get there. Okay, y'all. Next session is Rachel Meltzer. She's going to be showing us how to optimize your LinkedIn profile. In my opinion, very underutilized opportunity. I know myself, I am also guilty of this. I haven't spent enough time really dialing in the LinkedIn profile to appear in search results, to drive conversions and leads and conversations, that kind of thing. So excited to learn from Rachel and her process. Let's go ahead and get things started here.
Sir, welcome to LinkedIn Bound, how to turn your LinkedIn profile into a client lead magnet. I'm Rachel Meltzer. I'm a business coach and freelance digital marketer. I've helped over 200 freelancers find success and stability in their own businesses. And also, if you can't remember my name, I always say my name's Rachel Meltzer. It rhymes with seltzer, so it's easy for you to remember. I call myself like an adventurous freelance writer and business coach because I started my freelance career to fuel adventures. I thru hiked and completely paid for my thru hike with my writing on my blog that I got sponsors and donations from. I did van life, again, funded by my freelancing, and I've lived all over the country. I've lived in almost 10 states now. So my superpower really is helping freelancers land their dream clients with proven methods, templates, and advice. But I've also helped freelancers get their first client really quickly, double their income, escape that feast famine cycle to find stable income, and really grow their business so that they have something sustainable to rely on long term instead of just all these little one-off gigs like freelancing used to be. Freelancing can be a really lucrative, sustainable business if you know what you're doing or you know who to ask for help. My approach is to give actionable strategies, not vague advice. I really hated when I first started freelancing, how vague a lot of advice was. And I was getting a lot of like motivational speeches from these coaches. And what I really needed was like concrete methods, proven things that work, templates that I could use to speed things up. And so I created all of those systems for myself. And now that's what I share with you guys. It's all based on data from my own experience and from the experience of the freelancers that I coach. I really meet you where you're at. If you're not sure where to start, I'm happy to help you. If you're a complete beginner, I've got a free course on YouTube for that. I have templates and I can support you in getting your first client. If you've already started, I have business audit templates and I can help you figure out what's next to make your business more sustainable, easier, get you out of burnout, get you away from a niche you don't like, raise your rates, add new skills and services, start consulting, get more streams of income, whatever that looks like for you. I also just want to mention, I am very, very focused on building community. I think that community can be life-changing when you can surround yourself by people who really understand what you're going through and are supportive. You're going to make progress so much faster and more easily. And I think that this whole event is really illustrative of that. We are all gathering together to learn together, and that is huge. So that's what I'm focused on right now, and that's why I have my community pop club. We already have 45 awesome members who support each other. So if you're interested in that, stay tuned at the end. There will be more info on how you can join us in there. So the reason I teach what I'm teaching today is because I've been using LinkedIn to get freelance clients since 2019. I have a 25% plus conversion rate. So oftentimes my connection requests, actually I get like 50% conversion rate, but in the DMs when I am pitching people, I typically get a 25% conversion rate. And that's why I love LinkedIn so much in comparison to like email cold pitching. It's like maybe 8% even get responses, let alone turn into your clients. So I find it to be much more effective. And like social media marketing, I was getting maybe a 2% conversion rate. So this is why I'm so obsessed with LinkedIn. I've made over 2,300 connections since I started using it in 2019, and I have almost 5,000 followers now because of the content that I post. I usually show up in about 300 search appearances per week, but if I'm really doubling down on like trying to get clients and stuff, I can get up to 1,000. So that is where that lead magnet, that's where bringing clients to you is really coming in here, like we're talking about today. Getting clients on LinkedIn is lucrative as hell. It is not that hard. You just need to make sure you're doing everything in the right quantity and you're willing to experiment and optimize what you're doing so that you can attract the right people. So today we are talking about optimizing your LinkedIn profile. These are the 5 main steps you're going to need to attract your dream clients, but there is more that you can do that goes above and beyond. I have a 12-step checklist actually, but it's not going to fit in a 20-minute workshop. I do offer LinkedIn profile critiques. I will critique your profile for you and let you know how you can improve yours, and you can learn more about that at the end of this workshop. So the first thing we're going to talk about is experience. I want you to fill in all of your work experience from your past. Even if you think it's not relevant, you don't know what someone might resonate with. Also, you can like double the amount of searches you show up in if you have every client you've ever worked for listed. You can also get poached. So like I worked for Grammarly for a long time as a freelancer, and someone reached out to me because they know that Grammarly's standards are really high and were like, hey, do you want to work together? I had someone recently reach out to me because I worked for this company, Far Out. They're an outdoor, they're an app, like a guidebook app for thru hiking and biking and paddling. And I had an outdoor brand reach out to me because I like completely revamped their systems, and I had a great case study on my website portfolio about all of that. So anything, freelance experiences, full-time jobs. I have like my ski instructing job from when I was in high school. Make sure you're linking to profile pieces or bylines under each experience if you can. A lot of these I don't have links on because I am lazy, but if you link to your portfolio experiences and bylines under each one, it's going to be easier for people to see your work and see companies that are like theirs and be more likely to hire you. You know, you don't have to do every single thing I tell you in this workshop, and I am proof of that because I'm still doing really well and my LinkedIn profile is not perfect. Nobody is perfect. You're not going to like arrive at a perfect profile at some point. So just treat it like a work in progress, treat it like an experiment, and do your best. If you want to make your life easier every time you sign a contract, just add it to your LinkedIn right away so you don't have to think about it later, and you don't have to do what I did, which was spending an hour and a half adding all of my freelance clients to my profile. So the second thing that's really important is your headline. Your headline is going to show up when people search for things on LinkedIn. So if someone is looking for an SEO writer or a consultant or a freelance writer or a photographer, whatever you are offering as your service, you want that keyword to be showing up in your headline. Unfortunately, LinkedIn's not like Google or YouTube where you can use an SEO keyword tool and find out what people are searching for. So it is really an experiment. Like I'm going to say a million times, it's an experiment. I have a list of 10 to 20 headlines. It depends on which niche I'm promoting, which service I'm promoting, because I do have 2 niches. I have like 5 services I offer, and then I also do coaching. So I have like a separate profile set up for coaching, which we'll talk about later. But I have a list of those headlines in a Google Doc, and basically I'll run them for like 2 weeks and then switch them out, and I'll write down like the highest search appearances that I got with that headline, and then I use whichever one gets the most. You can see your search appearances on your profile analytics. Like if you go to your profile, you can see it all there. You just never know what's going to perform the best. So again, play around with this, see what works. And throughout this workshop, I'm actually going to use Polly Clover as an example because her profile is awesome. It's really well optimized. She's actually one of our Pop Club members, and we worked on her profile together. And I think it's a really good example of what to do on LinkedIn. So your images are sort of the third piece of the puzzle. A headshot is obviously really important. Make sure it both shows your personality. Polly is very much like a beachy pink gal. She really plays into like the teal and pink, and I love it because you can tell like she lives on an island on the beach and it feels like it. But her headshot is really professional. You can see her facial features. So if you saw Polly in person, like you would probably know it's her. And the background isn't distracting. I think actually using a signature color as the background of your photo is a really great idea. I don't do it because my picture looks weird when I remove the background, and this is the most recent photo of me that I think really shows my personality. But I think it is a great idea if you can do it, or you can like put a border on it or whatever. I'm pretty sure she just removed the background of her photo in Canva and put a color on the background and then uploaded that as her headshot. So make sure it's professional and also shows your personality. Your header, this is what's above her profile picture on her profile. Don't put another photo of yourself in your header. It's not helpful. No one needs to see your face twice. Like they can see your face here. They can see your face in your featured section if you want to. Just show clearly what you do, who you do it for, or the results that you can get people. If you have the space, you can add a testimonial if you want. You can show who you've worked for. Make it clear and make it have your personality, right? Like this is her brand colors. Another thing that you can do to make your header image even better is make sure you're staying in the margins. You can turn margins on Canva. It'll show like a dotted line. You need to have space of at least half an inch, or yeah, I think it's like half an inch to 1 inch in your in your header banner so that it doesn't get cut off, because LinkedIn is shown on so many different devices and in so many different sizes that it can get cut off. Like even I would say where it says Polly Clover is like a little too close to the top, and same with Rover. Like I would bump everything in a little bit more just so you don't have to worry about it getting cut off, and it looks way more professional. Never put anything right up on the edge. I see that all the time on LinkedIn, and it's going to get cut off and just not look that great. And then your featured section, you don't have to do this, but a great option is to add these descriptive covers. I have these on my profile as well for your links so that people can see what they're clicking on more easily than having to read this tiny text down here. If you do want to use cover images, I have templates. If you want them, just reach out to me. You do need to add at least 3 lines or 4 lines of text to the description of the link you're putting up so that they show up in the right size, because LinkedIn will like shrink the image based on how much text is below it. So just keep that in mind, but they can look really nice and professional. Like everything here is very cohesive, and it makes it easier for people to see what they're clicking on. So your featured section, since we just talked about it, is a great place to put links. You can put portfolio pieces, whether you posted them on your feed as direct links in the featured section, or I like to put case studies on my website for the things that I like to do the most and the things that I want to sell the most and the types of clients I like the most. It really helps convince people that you like know what you're doing and you can get results for people like them. You can put a link to your portfolio. You can put a link to your website, a link to your services page. You could put a freebie or a guide or a podcast appearance playlist, anything that positions you as an expert. Your featured section should show someone that you are an expert, you have services to offer, and that they can find all that information easily. And again, like every link that anyone could need. You can put unlimited links in the featured section, so put as many as you want, but know that it's only going to show 3 or 4. So make sure the first 3 are the most important, like your portfolio, for example. So lastly is the about. I consider the about to be like a mini sales page. I try to make sure it shows who I am with personality. You should use a professional tone, but also like personality. Like I have a quote from Taylor Swift in my about because I love Taylor Swift and I want to attract people who also like her, right? Like things that show your personality outside of work can really help as long as it's like not too weird. It should show what you offer, the results that you can get or have gotten for your clients. If you haven't had any clients, you can still show the types of results that you can get them. Testimonials, if you have them. I know there's like a recommendation section at the bottom, but a lot of people aren't scrolling that far down. So if you can include them in your about, that can help. Anything about your experience, just a couple of sentences and a call to action. Really make sure there's a call to action. There's no point in having anything on your profile that doesn't have a call to action, okay? And I want to remind you, this is an experiment. This is a living document. You can edit this anytime. Don't overthink it. Just put it up and see what happens. You can also, if you want to make this, like take it to the next level, you can try to empathize with your ideal clients and really call them in and call out their experience and how you can solve their problems. People like to read stories, so you could try doing it in a storytelling way. And don't forget to leave white space. Formatting really matters. Most people are going to be skimming this, so make it easy to skim and make sure things stand out in a way that calls them into your services. Don't be afraid to use emoji and don't be afraid to be salesy, you guys. Like this is a sales pitch. Your entire LinkedIn page is a sales pitch. We are on LinkedIn to get clients. We're on LinkedIn to do business. Everybody is on LinkedIn to do business. That is what it's for. So we're not over here being shy. There is no such thing as too salesy on LinkedIn. Make sure that you are being clear about what you offer and who you offer it for, and that you want them to contact you to buy that service or product, okay? So if you want, there are a couple of other ways that you can customize your profile to make it more like you. I feel like my profile really shows my personality. I use my favorite colors that are also a part of my brand. I use a special font. I'm showing people what I like to talk about because right now I'm trying to start conversations. If I was trying to get like writing clients, I would do something more like Polly's. But right now I'm trying to foster community. So I put up things that I like to talk about, hoping people will DM me or follow me or comment on my posts. I have who I write for, but I used emojis, right, to show my personality. My picture very clearly shows my face. If you saw me in public, you would probably know what I look like. And it shows my personality. I love beer. I generally host solopreneur meetups all across New England, and we do these at breweries. And I am from Maine. Got my Maine hat on. I love funky glasses. As you can tell, I have many pairs of funky glasses, and it just shows like who I am at my best. So make it you, right? Like if you don't already have a brand, you can just pick a couple of colors and stick to them and use that as your brand. You can pick a photo that shows your personality. Like Polly doesn't have professional branding done. She has a logo that she made herself in Canva. She picked 3 colors and she made it herself. You can do that. You can pick colors through Coolers or on Pinterest. It's not super hard, but make sure it's you. You can be professional without being stiff and formal. And I think that's important. Like this is not stiff or formal, but it is professional. It is all about my business and what I am doing in my business. And remember how we talked about the alternate headlines? You can keep a folder in Google Drive or like wherever you keep your files, or you could have a Notion page, like whatever you want that has alternate headlines. I also have alternate abouts. So I have an about that's optimized for each niche and service that I offer. And I have an about that's like for coaching. I have an about that's for writing. I have an about that's for consulting. And when I'm fully booked with one-on-one coaching clients, I switch my about to like whatever I'm trying to get next, which is usually like freelance writing clients. So that can help. It's not to say that you can't get clients in a different niche that's not in your about section at that time. But if you're actively trying to pursue something very specific and you're clear about it in your about and your headline and your cover graphics, it can really help you get clients faster because they don't have to like wonder what they're getting into. So I keep a folder with all of these alternate options and I test them. And then I also use them to show multiple niches. And that's a really easy way that you can customize everything. Like I said, you really can have multiple niches. You can be specific and you can schedule your switch outs to match your needs. Like I know that my coaching clients, my one-on-one coaching, typically the most popular package is 3 months. So I'll do one-on-one coaching marketing for like 3 to 6 months. And then I'll switch it out for another type of client because I know at the end of that 3 months, I'm going to need writing clients. And then 3 months after that, I'll switch it out for coaching, right? So I sort of have a schedule for what my profile is going to look like. And that can really help you with all of your experimenting and filling in your schedule with diverse options. So I included a list of examples here, and I'm pretty sure they're going to give you all of these links. Polyclover, like I said, is really my favorite example. Davey also has a really good profile. Elena is always sharing tips for how you can do better on LinkedIn in general too. So that's a great option. Anna has a much more simple profile, but she's still doing it really effectively. Nick is offering consulting and he has a really popular newsletter. So his profile is more focused on that. And I think that's a great option. Stephanie is more in the like executive ghostwriting corporate situation. And so I love her profile as an example of positioning yourself as an expert and a thought leader. So definitely go check these out if you want good examples of LinkedIn profiles and features that you might want to emulate. Cool. I don't know why this photo isn't showing up for some reason, but I do want to let you know I can help you with your LinkedIn and getting clients on LinkedIn. I offer LinkedIn profile critiques if you want one. You will also get 4 workshops and all of my templates for LinkedIn if you choose to sign up for that. So you're getting a live profile critique from me with a checklist of what you can optimize and workshops that will help you do better with getting clients on LinkedIn. You can also get my Get Clients guidebook. That's actually just free. It is a big guide that has step-by-step instructions for how I get clients on LinkedIn, how I optimize my profile, which is basically the workshop you just saw, and templates for getting into people's DMs and turning them into clients, as well as ideas for posting on LinkedIn. And lastly, I know I've talked about it a little bit before, but Pop Club is my membership community for freelancers. It is only $33 a month, and you'll get access to our community chat, the freelance resource library, which has every resource, every workshop replay, and every template I've ever created for freelancers. You also get access to my beginner course for freelancers if you're just getting started. We have 2 live workshops and 2 office hours every single month. And you'll also get a free 20-minute one-on-one strategy session with me when you join, so we can get you started with like a 3-month plan basically for what you're going to do next. We have co-working. The co-working is actually free and open to the public if you ever want to join. It's on our community events calendar, and I'm happy to share that information with you if you reach out to me, or you can head to our website. And I also do weekly check-ins to hold you accountable, because I think accountability can be really helpful to reach your goals. And I also offer one-on-one coaching. So if you just wanted like an hour one-on-one with me, you can do that. I also offer packages of 10 or 20 calls to help you build or grow your business or transition out of the full-time job that you currently have. All of my one-on-one coaching includes access to Pop Club for the duration of your coaching program and 24/7 chat support with me and my hosts and assistant coaches. So if you want to launch your biz from scratch or solve some of your some of your problems with freelancing, I'm happy to help you. I typically work with writers because that's what I am, but I have also worked with social media managers, consultants, and much more. I personally offer email marketing, SEO strategy, freelance writing, and content writing, copywriting, so much more. So I have a lot of experience that kind of runs the gamut with freelancing and selling different services and offers. So if you are not sure if I would be the right fit to help you, don't be afraid to reach out. I'm happy to answer your questions and get to know you. All right, I will see you guys around LinkedIn. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. And if you have any questions, never be afraid to reach out to me. I'm always happy to help people.
Amazing. Wow. Okay, Rachel, who thought that you could just change your LinkedIn profile and totally like shift your business as you need different types of clients? That seems obvious in retrospect, but totally mind-blowing. Amazing workshop, Rachel. Thanks for that, and thanks for joining us. I see you're in the chat there answering questions already. Don't answer all of them because we've got the Q&A coming up. And that's a good segue into my reminder, which is if you do have additional questions for Rachel or for Liam or for Brooklin, who's up next, drop those in the chat. I'm collecting those already so that we can pull those into the Q&A that we're going to close out with. So amazing stuff. Up next is Brooklin Nash. If you're not familiar with Brooklin Nash, he runs the content marketing agency called Beam, and he works with some in-house folks as well as a pool of freelance writers and writes for a bunch of really well-known brands. And he's going to be talking about sort of the agency perspective on all of this. So if you're interested in getting hired by an agency like Beam, how should you approach it? How do you stand out? How do you sort of set yourself apart from all of the other folks who are also trying to get those lucrative agency jobs? So that's what Brooklyn's going to be sharing with us, and let's jump right into it.
Hey everyone, welcome to my session called My Invoices Are Late and I'm Not Getting Any New Clients, but I just applied to another job board gig, so I have that going for me, which is nice. Or as Tyler and David and I decided to call it, How to Stand Out as a Freelancer. If you're not sure who I am and we haven't met, hi, I'm Brooklin Nash. I'm one of the co-founders of Beam Content, a B2B SaaS content marketing agency. You might be wondering what an agency owner is doing talking about freelancing. So I have a few quick relevant facts for you. Number one, I've hired close to 24 freelancers, both in my previous full-time roles and then now these last 2 years at Beam. Maybe more importantly, I was a freelancer for 8 years. I didn't have a quote unquote real job until 8 years into my career, and then kept freelancing on the side as I worked full-time. Over those few years before I joined a full-time role, I went from about 10 cents a word to over $1 per word before starting Beam and joining those full-time roles. I also am one of the partners with Peak Freelance along with Elise and Mike, so feel free to check out our community over there. And this isn't so relevant, but it's a fun fact. I like memes. If you don't know anything else about me from social, it's probably that. Standing out as a freelancer doesn't mean that you have to bend over backwards to your clients' every whim. It doesn't mean you have to have the most polished portfolio or website or even messaging. And it definitely doesn't mean you have to be the most vocal on social and build your personal brand. To me, what standing out means is being clear about who you are, what you offer, and the value that you bring. We don't want to get in this cycle where we feel like we can't say no because we want to make our clients happy. And if we say no, then we'll never get work again. That's not what standing out is. It's about being clear about who you are, what you offer, and the value that you bring. I do want to get a little more specific than that. So I'm going to try to get through all 5 of these in 20 minutes. For me, there's 5 difference makers for standing out as a freelancer. Number 1, building a strong, engaged network. Number 3, curating a varied and relevant portfolio. Number 4, homing in on it and communicating a differentiated offer. And number 5, maintaining a repeatable, sustainable process, both for you and your clients. So let's start with number 1. Build a strong, engaged network. I don't mean you have to go out and build your personal brand. I'm not one of those hype bros saying all you got to do is post every day and you'll see. That is a route. I get the irony that it's the route I took. I have been very active on social the last 4 years, and a lot of my freelance requests when I was freelancing and now requests at Beam are inbound by way of social. But that's not the only way to go about it. To me, the core of it is what I did over the course of a few years, even as I posted nearly every day and took more of that building the personal brand route. It was more that I took a couple of hours each week to reach out to or take time to talk to on a call folks like other content marketers. What's going on in your space? What are you learning? What's difficult? Industry experts.
Sorry, y'all. Looks like I might be having some kind of technical difficulty here with the video. Let me see if I can get it going again. Sorry about that, y'all.
Hey everyone, welcome to my pricing.
Let's try to find where we were at. So I think we were
Number 1, so you can learn a little bit more about the wider marketing ecosystem and tactics and strategies. But number 2, so that you kind of have your own bench of referrals. So when folks come to you, you can say, oh, I don't do that, but I know somebody who can, and connect them. The more you can make those types of referrals and intros, the more you're going to stick out in a potential client's mind. And then finally, maybe this is preaching to the choir, but take time to connect with other freelance writers. You're all here, which is fantastic. Love seeing you here. Take some time for one-on-one connections with freelance writers. The first 5 years of freelancing, I didn't do this. I was on my island just figuring it out, and I did a little bit of everything, and then I did a lot of things wrong. And then at about the 5-year mark, I started taking time to connect with other freelancers and hear about how they're working on things. And it made a world of difference in my boundaries, in my pricing, in my client relationships, in terms of standing out in a pretty crowded freelance space. And then translate all of that into an actual friends list. It can be a Google Sheet, it can be a note on your phone, whatever it is. Just keep that list handy for referring work out, for making intros. If somebody's looking to learn more about email marketing or AI or product management, you can make those intros. And so that you can reach out to them with questions as you go through your own writing process. Number 2, work on a consultative sales approach. The main question any potential client is asking when they come to you is, will I be able to collaborate with this person on my needs? And there's more than a couple layers to that. It's their needs. Does this freelancer match what our current need is? And collaborate. Does this person seem like somebody who communicates well, asks good questions, sends a follow-up when they say they're going to send a follow-up, and adds value throughout the conversation? So this is a bit for SaaS, a SaaS sales team. This is a bit sales 101 level, but I've written this before and I want to say it again. You're selling your own services. Salespeople are active. They are consistent. They reach out a lot and they try to understand the prospect's needs. So when I say consultative sales approach, I mean, show them you know them, reference a recent campaign or their website. At the very least, if you're applying to a gig, make sure you follow the instructions. Start the conversation with questions, whether you're reaching out in a DM or an intro email or cold email or on the first call. Lead with questions. What's going on? What's caused you to reach out about working with a freelancer? What's something that's worked well in the past? What hasn't worked well in the past? What are you looking to accomplish in this next year? Start with questions, which goes into leading the conversation. On that first call, you can ask a bunch of questions. It's part of leading the conversation, but it's also setting up expectations for the call. Jumping on a 30-minute call and just saying like, hey, what's up? What do you need? Oh yeah, this is kind of what it is. I can kind of do that. Here's some stuff I've done. That never goes as well as jumping on a call and saying, hey, Katie, it's great to meet you. I know you sent over XYZ, so it's looking like you're looking for ABC. Is that right? Great. Today, I'd love to spend the first 10 minutes or so just trying to understand where you're at and what you're working on. Then I can spend a few minutes sharing how I work and what I focus on. And then let's save the last 15 minutes for digging in a little bit deeper there and seeing if we're a good fit. If you can start out the conversation that way, I won't guarantee, but those conversations, maybe 9 times out of 10, are going to go much, much better than just jumping on without a clear agenda. Number 4, maybe this seems like a sub point, but I wanted to call it out on its own. Be clear about your pricing and your process. So in that second part of the call, if you're setting the agenda and leading the conversation, in that second part of that first call, you should be laying out what your pricing is and how it works and what your typical process is. Okay, you're sharing you need XYZ. That was roughly $600 per article. If you're wanting to do 4 articles, $2,400 a month. How does that sound to you? Get it out on the call rather than it being a surprise down the line and them having to adjust or disqualify you because of your pricing. Maybe even more importantly, be clear about your process. Great, you want to do this ASAP. I typically kick off at the beginning of every month to make sure there's a consistent cadence. We can plan on kickoff for October 3rd. From there, I spend about 2 weeks onboarding with you to understand your product, your audience, your wider go-to-market motion, and then I'll be ready to jump in with deliverables. From there, I have about a 2-week turnaround time to get you the drafts that you need or whatever the deliverable is. Lay that out as clearly as possible. Number 1, it signals to them that you know your stuff and you know what you're doing. And number 2, it makes sure there's no surprises on the second call or after kickoff about your pricing and your process. Number 5, share value. In the first conversation, give advice if you can in that first conversation of, have you considered this? Have you looked into this? And definitely share value in your follow-ups. Don't just send something 2 weeks later saying, hey, checking in on this, how's it going? Even if it's just expanding on the email a little bit and saying, hey, I noticed the new website is up. Excited to see new content. Are you still looking for help with content production? Or, hey, I read this LinkedIn post that seemed relevant to our first conversation. Thought you might find it interesting and send it over. So just share value throughout the process. Finally, this is less the consultative side and more of just the sales process side. Keep following up. Most freelancers stop after 1 or 2 follow-ups. Most salespeople stop after 1 or 2 follow-ups. Don't be afraid to follow up 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times over the course of at least a handful of months, if not over the course of a year, until you get a no, a clear no, or yeah, let's explore this further. Number 3, curate a varied, relevant portfolio. The goal here is to make it as easy as possible for potential clients to find themselves in your work. So to put some context on this and to put it bluntly, early on when we were launching Beam, if a freelancer came and applied and all they had were SEO articles within MarTech, that was a no from us. Why? Because we work with a variety of tech companies that sell to VPs in the C-suite, in mid-market and enterprise. So we really need writers steeped in writing for a CEO or CMO or a VP of learning and development and so on. So part of this is the portfolio itself, and part of this is varying your work early on rather than pigeonholing yourself into just one type of content for one type of industry. Spread out, figure out what you like and what works well, and then start building your portfolio from there. Around that 5-year mark, I got my first tech client and I realized, hey, I think this is a lot more fun than writing product descriptions for that DTC brand that I had been doing, or doing social media for this brand. Let me double down on this B2B tech thing because that seems really interesting. And then I started to build out my portfolio. I used that first client to share examples with potential clients, and then landed a couple more within B2B tech. And then I used those samples to land a few more, and it just snowballed from there. So as you build out your portfolio, look for variation in terms of content type, ebooks, articles, case studies, guest posts, pillar pages, yes, SEO. The more variation in what you're able to produce, the better. I'm looking for the ability to expand on a topic into a 20-page ebook and make it compelling and engaging and concise. And I'm looking for the ability to write a quick hitting 800-word thought leadership article. Look at industry. Are you moving within this broader category of SaaS, or are you within just one specific piece of that much, much broader landscape, especially if it's MarTech? I know plenty of successful freelance writers who have niched down into, say, HR. They are well steeped in HR and people management, and a lot of their clients stem from that. There's been whole agencies that focus on just case studies or just on industrial manufacturers. So I'm not saying you don't niche down into an actual vertical industry niche. I'm just saying if you're early enough in your process to be asking, how do I stand out as a freelancer? It probably means you can branch out a little bit and see what works for you. Same note as what I said earlier about portfolio. Can you write for a technical audience? Can you write for the C-suite? We're looking for variation there in the audience. And then purpose. Is this all for brand? Was it all for SEO? Were you involved in the strategy? Do you have your own personal writing? Headline, look for variation in your portfolio. This is a side note, but please err on the side of published content, even if it doesn't have your byline. I'll just believe you, honestly, rather than Google Doc links. Okay, this is my 4th time trying to record this within 20 minutes, and we are now in point 4 or 5. So sorry, I'm speeding through. This is one example of a portfolio I think accomplishes what I was talking about. It's simple. This is one of our writers, Rosie. It's simple, but it has about 10 different samples to choose from, and it's a wide range of different types of formats and audiences, even as she's focused in on HR. Okay, number 4, home in on and communicate a differentiated offer. You're looking for the difference between I'm a freelance writer and I help these types of companies do this through that process. So you're getting very specific about, again, going back to what I think standing out means. You're being very specific about the value you bring and who you are and what you do. There's a lot of different ways you can do that. You can niche down into an industry. I mentioned industrial manufacturing earlier. That's Gorilla 76. Some of these are, actually all of these are agencies, so that maybe not the best examples for freelancers. But you can apply the same type of thinking for your own freelance biz. You can niche down into a specific vertical or industry. You can niche into a specific type of deliverable, like Case Study Buddy. You can leverage your channel expertise. I do social media growth and management for this type of company or for executive. Create compelling nurture campaigns that convert, something that has to do with channel. and or a specific approach or process. That's what we do. We're all over the map when it comes to verticals and types of deliverables and even channels. But we have a very specific process about content that starts with either proprietary data or with your internal and external SMEs. Again, going to say it again, get clear about your pricing and packaging at this stage. So this is an example from Erin Balsa. She created House of Bold and kind of leveraged her freelance into that business. To me, this is an example of great positioning. They do a lot of things, but the way they talk about, like, you can jump on and say, oh, you can help me with my team. You can help me improve our process. You can help me with content strategy. Oh, and you can help me with content execution. But then she lays out how they do it. I think that's the thing that makes the difference. Okay, number 5, maintain a repeatable, sustainable process. I've said this before, I'll say it again here. You can be an excellent creative, but if you can't keep to a schedule, ask good questions, or communicate well, it's going to be really difficult for you to collaborate as a freelancer. Or put more bluntly, it's going to be really difficult for clients to collaborate with you as a freelancer. So maintaining a process, I mean that in 2 ways. The big picture, having a set process for how you work with clients, going back to that consultative sales approach. If you can introduce that process on that first call, you are going to stand out. And I mean, when I say working with freelancers, I mean how you do onboarding, what you need from them, and what the timeline looks like. Your timelines for both turning around first drafts and getting edits back. How many rounds of feedback you include and what your preferences are. For example, our guidance to our clients is you can have as many rounds of feedback as you want. Let's just make sure they're batched. If you have 3 people reviewing this V1, let's get all of their review, and then we'll go and create a V2. And that's the kind of line in the sand that we've drawn, and it's worked out well. Nobody's objected to that. In fact, it's made the process better, and I think they've appreciated it. And then finally, expectations for their end. We get the question a lot, how much time is this going to take me each month? If you can alleviate that worry from a potential client's mind, that's what they're going to remember from your call with them of, hey, in general, I expect you to spend about half an hour with each deliverable, maybe 10 minutes on the front end to review my brief and make sure everything's looking good and we're set, and then 20 minutes on the review side, up to an hour if we want to jump on a call to review. Just laying out that expectation of what their commitment is going to look like. The sub point here is then you can start to take on more of the process. If they're creating briefs for you, look into what it looks like for you to create those briefs and get approval. That's just one example. But by being clear on your big picture process, you can start to take on more of that process with time and charge more. Not just stand out, but charge more as you build that. The other side of the process is smaller picture. I mean, things like your own writing process. Know how much time it's going to take you to write something. When I sit down to write a brief, I know it'll take me about 45 minutes. When I sit down to write a 2,500 word piece, I know I'm going to spend about an hour doing research and outline on one day, about 3 hours writing on the second day, and another hour of editing on the tail end. I mean, a process for project management. Are you on their tools? How are you accessing them, and how often, and how are you making that consistent? We started sending weekly reviews to our clients, which has worked really well. Of here's where we are with stuff that's on our plate. Here's where we are with stuff that's on your plate. That connects to clear communication. Hey, just so you know, this is coming on this date, and then stick to that date. Hey, I had a question on the brief. I wasn't clear about point A versus point B. Would you clarify for that? So clear communication and good questions. It sounds like a lot, but if you're putting your own writing process in place, you're maintaining good project management habits, and you're communicating well and asking questions, all of the time that you spend on that will free up more time to focus on the writing itself, because you're going to save time on the tail end by front loading a lot of those questions and communications and That was 5. To really boil it down, this is what it looks like in practice. First, you just got to do a lot of work, like a lot of work. Then you figure out what you like in that work and improve on it. Then you can start charging more for less of that same type of work. Cut out what you don't like doing. And then adjust to whatever level of work you want. Don't let other people define what success or what the end goal is.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Brooklyn, for that workshop. Sorry for the brief technical difficulties in there, y'all. As someone pointed out in the chat, I think we were overdue for one. Knocking on wood, crossing my fingers, etc. That we got that out of our way. Cool. Well, those are all 6 of our workshops for today. So we have one final session, which is our live Q&A. Backstage right now, we've got Rachel and Liam. Hey, Brooklyn, we're waiting for you. There he is. So we're going to bring those folks on in just a moment. I've mentioned this already several times, but if you have not already, pop some questions into the chat for our esteemed panel here. We'll try to get to as many questions as we possibly can before we sign off. We've got about a little over half an hour, so we should be able to get through a decent chunk of questions. And tackle as many topics as we possibly can. All right, Rachel, Liam, I see y'all are both on the video. Are you all ready to add here? Yeah. Okay. Cool. And there's Brooklyn. Hey, Brooklyn, are you ready to pop in here? Give me a thumbs up. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just want to make sure that you were gonna do something crazy before I added you. Hey, y'all. How are you guys?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hello. Very good.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for amazing workshop sessions. This has been a phenomenal event, and yeah, just excited to dive into some of our questions. I've got 13 already saved, so we have a lot to tackle here. So yeah, I guess let's just jump right into it, y'all. So one of the early questions that I got is actually, I think this will be an interesting one. So somebody was asking about for Brooklyn. This question was specifically for Brooklyn. They were saying they were asking if you were to ask a freelancer that you were trying to hire, like what their career goals were or what their goals were professionally. So maybe first of all, let's just tee that up. Like, is that the kind of question that you might ask a freelancer if you're interviewing or potentially hiring somebody? And if yes, then like, what are you looking for from that kind of a question?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question because it's a little surprising to me. Liam, Rachel, you tell me if you've had a different experience. I've never received that question. I never received it as a freelancer. I've never asked it as someone who hires freelancers. That's for like an in-house role.
I did get that question one time.
You did get it. Okay.
Yeah, but I was.
Let's hear about that.
I had been basically doing my usual like LinkedIn LOI strategy to get clients and DMing people. And I DM'd somebody at a company that I wanted to work for, and they were like, oh yeah, actually we do need a writer right now, let me send you the right person. So they sent me to the right person, and it turns out it was like actually for a full-time job, but I didn't know. So it was a full-time job interview, and I went in there and I was like, sorry, I'm a freelancer, I'm not looking for a full-time job, but you should hire me as a contractor for all these reasons. This is why I'm a freelancer, and these are my career goals if you want them. And then they ended up hiring me. So
instead of
I've never gotten it from someone who expected me to be a freelancer.
That's amazing. So they
you put it on its head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't.
You can find full-time roles that you can turn into freelancer contract positions if you can convince them. If you are extremely interested and you're the perfect fit.
Yeah, I've used that strategy too, and sometimes they just haven't even thought of hiring a freelancer. They just think full-time role, send it out, maybe they're using HR. And so just presenting them the option of being like, hey, there's, like you were saying, Rachel, like, here's all the benefits of doing it as a freelancer. And also like, here's all the things I demand from you as well. But I've done that too. And it's turned into long-term clients.
Yeah.
Same here. It's a great play. You can do it on Sales Nav. You can look for hiring people who are hiring for specific roles or have just joined as a new full-time role. And both of those are great indicators to reach out and say, hey, do you need some outside help? Because usually folks like you need some outside help, and here's how I've helped them.
Nice. Yeah. Especially junior roles. It works really well for junior roles because they're going to pay like $60,000 to $80,000 a year for a junior copywriter in most non-major metropolitan areas. And most of those jobs are remote anyway. And like, I would do a way better job for the same rate. I'm not going to be available 24/7 like a junior copywriter would, but like, you don't need that because I'm going to do a good job. So
yeah, totally. So to bring it back to that question, you know, if you are applying for a freelance role or you're pitching a freelance role or whatever, and you get this question, you know, what are your career goals or whatever? To me, I would almost view that as like a red flag as a freelancer, that person doesn't really understand like a freelance relationship, or they sort of have like a different expectation. What about Brooklyn? Do you agree with that premise, or do you view it a different way?
Yeah, actually putting it as a red flag, I'd agree. Especially if you're in the US, like there's very strict laws about how you can treat a freelancer. And one of them is not managing them like you manage a direct report. And that question indicates that they expect to manage you like they would a full-time hire.
Totally. Rachel, Liam, any other thoughts on that question before we move on to the next one?
No, I completely agree. I will say I was like full-time solo traveling when I started freelancing and for the first 5 years of my freelance career. And if you are doing something like that, be straight up about it. If somebody asks you like, what are your goals or where are you located? Like just be straight up about it. But if they're asking it in a way that's like really structured, like a job interview, obviously it's a red flag. You guys are right. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I agree with everything. I'm not going to add anything else.
Same. Retweet Rachel.
Amazing.
Post.
Cool. Well, let's maybe pivot a little bit. So Matt was asking questions. I think Liam, this was actually directed at you during your session. So Matt was asking about the ideal client list. I think you talked about that as part of your process. So, you know, he's saying if he is sort of doesn't necessarily have like a specific niche or what, like, do you have any tips for identifying a list of ideal clients?
Yeah. So like, I don't want to start any fights, but niche is like not a word that I like to use too much. I never had a niche, and I'm here like 10 years in without a niche. So I like to say interests. That's really what you should be going after, because especially with the kind of work that I do, it's a lot of content creation. I'm going to be writing about the same topics for a long period of time, hopefully, if I can maintain this client. So if I'm not interested in the topic, then it's like zero. Like, I've had people offer like sports stuff to me, and like, again, don't want to start any fights, but I hate sports, and I just say no, because I'm like, I'm gonna hate this job, even though it pays well, even though it's a good fit. So I would do some meditation on like, what are the things that you get energized about? What are the topics that you find interesting? I also think I mentioned this in my talk, but think about the products and services that you're using every day. Almost every time I've pitched to somebody and I come into the talk saying, hey, I'm already using this product, I already love it, that's such a good foot in the door. So like, do an inventory, like as you go throughout your day, just notice every kind, you know, like maybe not Apple if you're like using your iPhone, but like little, you know, any sort of software that you're using, or anybody that you're subscribed to and you follow, that kind of thing. So that's how I start with it, right? I just start thinking about like, what's a company that I would actually be interested in working for, and or I already have experience with.
I love that. And Rachel, I think you mentioned also in that you kind of took that approach and worked with a bunch of companies that were sort of in your lifestyle niche, if you will.
Yeah, totally. I just take note of like every product I'm using. When I was doing backpacking, I like went and copied the brands list from REI as my ideal clients list. Like I still write for the outdoor industry, or like Garage Grown Gear. Those brands are smaller, so they need a lot more help. Like I'm a fractional CMO for 3 different Garage Grown Gear bands now at this point, and it's like, it's a really good way to grow your skills really quickly because they need a lot of help. But so just like, pick an interest and find a place where you can find a list of those things. I love the B Corp directory if you're looking for ethical, sustainable brands. I love using Crunchbase if you're looking for someone who has enough funding to pay you a higher rate. All of my highest paying clients found on Crunchbase, they were Series B funding or higher, Series C. And yeah, I agree. Like, I say pick a niche, but not because you need to use it to market yourself. I say pick a niche so that you know who to target for your ideal clients. And it does obviously help to optimize your search on LinkedIn. Like, your headline, if it has a niche in it, you're obviously going to show up in more searches when people are searching for writers who write for that niche or whatever. But like, just go after what lights you up, especially if you have ADHD. You're not going to make it if you're bored.
I love that. Brooklyn, I think you had sort of an interesting take on this, because you were saying that you were actually, when you're evaluating writers, you're looking for a variety in their portfolio. Can you say a little bit more about that again?
Yeah, that one actually felt like the hardest bit to try to cover because it seems contradictory. Like, I do see a lot of value in niche experience. Like, some of our best writers, we started them because they had been writing in the HR space for 5 years or in IT infrastructure, whatever it is, right? What I meant by variety is what I got myself stuck in was MarTech SEO content, which is, I don't mean this as offense to anybody, but in terms of earning potential, that's probably some of the lowest paying work you can get, at least within tech. So it's the common denominator for content. Like, you need it at scale, so they're going to pay less. It's commoditized, right? So what I meant by somebody with a variety of experience, I don't just mean vertical or niche, because like you, Liam, I don't like the idea of niching down. I don't think you have to niche down. I didn't niche down beyond just B2B SaaS. But a variety of deliverables. Like, I want to see that you've been able to turn around an ebook or a case study and this type of article, a feature article, and a roundup. Not that you need all of them, but your portfolio shouldn't be one long list of the same type of content for the same type of client. And then the benefit in there is Liam and Rachel, you both said this, like, the key here is what your interest is and where you can imagine yourself writing for the next, maybe don't say 10 years, but the next 3 years, let's say. Can I write about this stuff for the next 3 years? When I was writing product descriptions for e-commerce brands, the answer was no. So I had to make a shift, right?
I love that. Yeah, and I think we talked about this actually in the previous Q&A too, is that, and you brought it up in your session, which I think is maybe something that people don't always think about, but a niche doesn't have to be like a specific vertical or industry, right? You can niche in a lot of different ways, whether that's like a specific topic or vertical or industry, but also could be specific, different types of deliverables or systems or processes, like you mentioned, Brooklyn, at Beam. So I think picking your niche is really about just like picking some defining characteristic about what you do that sets you apart from everybody else. It doesn't have to be, I only write B2B, SEO blogs for HR software companies, right? It doesn't have to be that specific of a niche.
Yep.
Cool. Let's I want to talk a little bit. So Brooklyn, you mentioned the idea of like MarTech SEO content being sort of a crowded space, and I was wondering, from the experience of the other folks on this call, like Liam, I guess, do you find, are there certain niches that you would avoid? Let me frame it that way.
I mean, on a personal level, there's plenty that I would avoid. Like,
okay. Well, yeah. Let me reframe that. From sort of like a viability perspective, like because you don't think there's a market opportunity there, or they're really low paying, or they're hyper competitive.
Well, I don't think there's a specific industry or niche, but I think like anyone who's been freelancing for a while, I have lists of things that are certainly red flags for me that I hunt for in the lead process, like as I'm refining my leads and refining my pipeline. So like when people want to work with me and they send me a message, they get a questionnaire, like just 2 questions asking them like how much are they planning on spending on content every month. And if it's less than $2,000, I just reply and I say, sorry, it's my minimum. That's just getting those tire kickers out of the way. So like those are like, there are certain types of people, or like anybody who doesn't already understand at least SEO basics, red flag. Because I'm not here to teach anybody. I mean, I am here to teach anybody, but not the basics. I'm here to teach them above the basics. So I don't know that there's any particular industry, but there are certain types of people and certain types of companies that I have like a mental list of, and we should turn into a blog of like, this is what I would watch out for. Actually, no, wait, I already wrote a blog on it, and I will share that somewhere in there in the archives.
Well, what about you, Rich? Are there any sort of niches or areas or a focus that you think are sort of off limits or people should avoid?
Yeah, I mean, I second everything Liam said, but I will also put in that hotels and restaurant groups almost always have some kind of parent company that has in-house PR and marketing and all that stuff. It's going to be extremely hard as a freelancer if you are not starting an entire agency to work with groups like that. So don't bother. You will waste your time. Don't throw away your time. I had a one-on-one client who wanted to work in the travel space, and I told her like where to target in the travel space, and she was like, well, I really just want to write for hotels, so I'm going to do that. And then she spent 6 months trying to get a hotel client, which obviously didn't work. She finally talked to a freelancer in the hotel industry and found out that they all work as conglomerates like that, and it's really hard to make it. I will also say the outdoor industry is the exciting stuff, very low paying, probably not going to create a sustainable career for you. Every name that you can name that you might know off the top of your head from reading Outside Magazine or anything that you would want to be featured in also has somebody paying the gigs, an anchor client in tech, or they're doing like fractional CMO work like I am, or whatever in other areas. So just know if you want to like get a byline in print or on a blog that your mommy and daddy will see because you through hiked and you wrote a blog about it, you're not going to get paid a lot for it. Do not plan your career on that. I made that mistake when I first started. I learned the hard way. That's my 2 cents about it, I guess.
I was gonna say, I feel like the trend there is like the more fun something is, the less you're gonna get paid to do it, because everybody else also thinks it sounds fun and they'll do it for nothing. So
and just
probably my most
sorry.
Go ahead, Brendan. What were you gonna say?
Probably my most controversial tweet ever is that content marketing is just crappy journalism with better pay.
Yes.
People either love it or hate it.
I would retweet that.
Can I ask just a quick controversial while we're on red flags? Do any of the 3 of you work with CEOs directly, or is that have you made that into a deal breaker?
I have. Depends on the size of the company.
And will continue to. Okay. Depends on what stage you're at. Gotcha.
Yeah, I work with a lot of small businesses and some startups too, so it is kind of inevitable. But I always prefer
comes with the territory.
Yeah,
there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm doing like content writing, absolutely not. If I'm doing like a full service marketing done for you package with launch planning and email copywriting, and I'm setting up automations and all that stuff, absolutely sure.
Yeah.
What about you, Brooklyn?
Not anymore. That's so. This is a freelance. This is a safe space, the freelance space, right? So it's actually a deal breaker in our documentation. Is we will not work if the CEO is the direct point of contact. That's a deal breaker for us.
Same. Yeah. I think
which is none of this is universal, but same. Okay.
Yeah. We went through the same process, and we because we have almost always worked with startups, and so they were sort of varying sizes. Sometimes they were early enough that we were working like directly with the CEO, and we inevitably found that those were almost always like the shortest lived clients, and there was the most headaches, and it was just because they were just too early. They were too small. They didn't really have the the vision to like invest in what we were doing from a content perspective. I think at that stage. So totally understand that. I wanted to ask another question. So this is a question that I actually get a lot, and we see this a lot in TOFU. So Brooklyn, maybe I'll start with you because you sort of brought this up, right? So as a freelancer, I think one of the top tips and advice that you get is that like, hey, you should have like your own process, and like you should tell your client, like, this is how I work. Like, you know, you're going to hire me, I'm going to do my process. Does that change when you're an agency hiring a freelancer? As an agency, you have your own process. Do you expect your freelancers to work within your process, or do you let them have their own process sort of outside of your workflow? Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's why I split it in two. I think there's two pieces to the process. There's like the client-facing process of how you onboard them. Liam's questionnaire that he sends, even just as early as in the sales process as possible. If you're guiding it, that's all the more the better. So through the sales process, I think I'd like to see that, like follow-ups and engagement. I see Angela Rollins here. I see Manu Castillo. Like, they're on our bench waiting for the right project, right? And it certainly helps to see them like engaging, right? So just being proactive, not necessarily having this is my process and you need to stick with that as an agency.
Yeah.
What you should have, even if it is for an agency, and what we do look for is, and I ask about in our first 15-minute call, is what's your writing process look like? You get a topic and a brief, what does it look like from there? And I want to see a really clear answer of, okay, I do this first, and then I take this step, and then I email you questions, and then I dig into the research, and then I do this. It doesn't matter what the process is, as long as you're clear on what works for you to turn around things on time, and then that's backed up by client testimonials. That's what I'm looking for. It's like your own internal writing process.
Yep. Yeah, and I should say, I think from the agency side, it's our job to have those defined like handoff points, right? So as a freelance writer, you know, I'm going to give you this, you're going to take it, and then you're going to come back to me and you're going to give me this, right? And so as a freelancer, you know exactly what your job is, what your process looks like to write that or to go from A to B. That's your choice, but the point being is that you still have to plug into some kind of a workflow or process generally. So that was mostly what I was curious about. What about you, Liam? Do you, I guess, how rigid is your process versus like adopting sort of the requirements of a client or an agency if you're working with them?
It's my process or the highway. Personally, I mean, like I don't work with agencies, so usually it's me and the company, and they don't have a process in place. So part of what I'm selling is this process that I've developed over the last 10 years that's really, really good and doesn't actually need any help at all. It's perfect as is. If you do it perfectly, it works really well. So that's part of my sales pitch is like, I come to people who are, maybe they feel like things are chaotic. They don't have a strategy. They don't have, a process. And a big part of my sales is here's a really, really good process. And that also is because I am a control freak and I don't like to fit into other people's processes, especially when it works really well and delivers results. So it's sort of my gentle way of saying, but this is also one of the reasons I don't work with agencies very often is because they often have their own processes and that's fine. It's just it's not going to work for me. But I worked in agencies for 10 years. I was on the other side of the equation. That's where I built my process, right? I learned this process. I took it from running a content agency in Sydney, and then I just developed it for my own business. So, but a little bit better. So anyway, that's just to say, yeah, I have a very specific process, but it's part of my package.
Yeah. I'll say this one note on that, which is that, again, going back to that idea of like niching or like finding your audience and who you're trying to reach, like that alone like disqualifies a huge chunk of people, right? And that's totally good. That's fine. Like that should be how you approach it, right? Is that like, I don't want to bend my process. I want to do A to Z and I want to own that whole process. Then that's going to put you on a course to work with specific types of clients that are going to take that and want that, right? And it's not going to work for other clients. Like you said, it's not going to work for agencies or whatever. That's the whole game right there, right? You've just narrowed down your your audience by 50% or whatever. So I love that tip. What about you, Rachel? How's your what does your process look like, or how do you how sort of flexible is it?
I think it helps that I teach other freelancers how to do my job. So I have like a Notion area, I guess you could say, that has all of my processes listed out. And then I have like pre-recorded videos of me teaching them so that people in my membership community can learn. And when a client asks me how I do something, I usually just send them that video and a little example or a little explanation of like how I might change it for them. My portfolio is entirely made up of case studies, so I can also just send them a case study of a company that's just like theirs and how I did it for them if I wanted to. I think like across the board, it's pretty much always the same, even if the client thinks it's different. Like I have had multiple SEO clients in SaaS that expect me to do it their way, but like all their ways are the same. So it just doesn't really matter. Like I'm flexible to do it your way, but like at the end of the day, it's all basically the same. So it just doesn't really matter, I guess, especially if it's SEO content. Like it's pretty much always the same. I do my best. They like it. We move on, you know?
I love that. Yeah. Again, yeah. It's all about what are you ultimately selling, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Can I add a PS there? Because I love that. Well, both of you shared, but tell me if either of you had a different experience or any of the three of you. But I feel like with all this talk of process, I want to add, don't feel like you have to develop this perfect offer, this perfect process, and then go sell it.
Yeah,
I literally, the midpoint after about 5 years of freelancing, and then between year 5 and 8, when we started launching Beam, the only difference was I started saying, yeah, I can do that. And then I went and figured out how to build a process for that. And then I sold that process. And like Liam said, I literally would sell deals based on the process that I built while getting paid to build that process. So like, just dive in, do a V1, an MVP, and then sell it to another client and improve. And then after a year or two, you're going to have that dialed in.
You'll learn as you go. Like I always tell people, experience is the best teacher. You can read all the books you want. You can take that copy pasty course. I did. I paid for it. I took it. But at the end of the day, like that's not what's going to get you a process. That's not what's going to help you feel confident at work. That's not what's going to like have you know what you're doing. You'll know what you're doing after you wrote 100 blogs, right? That's how it works. And there's no way around it. And that kind of sucks, but it's also great. Like I'm 7 years in. That's why I have these things. And because I teach other freelancers, I would never expect a first year freelancer to like have a Notion database of like all the ways they write things and a video walkthrough for their clients. Like that's crazy. No one's asking that. Just at least be able to articulate, yes, I first make an outline, then I look for sources so that I can make sure that there's experts. Then I ask you questions if I have any of them. Then I write, then I edit, right? Like have something, but you don't need to have everything like this.
Liam, does your process change? Are you set in stone at this point?
No, of course it changes because SEO changes, so you have to change things. But there are certain things that don't change, not really. And yeah, I totally agree. Like I had to learn this stuff. Like I didn't even know what SEO was when I started working in SEO. Right? Like you have to just kind of like learn as you go. But I will say there are like, I'm going to make myself sound old, but like compared to when I started, the amount of resources available for freelancers now is like, I just took all of my processes and just published them on my website because I was like, I wish someone had given me these and I didn't have to spend 10 years making these. I wish I just had them. And now like the content calendar that I spent like 5 or 6 years perfecting is now available for free on my website. And like, I'm obviously in the room with other people who have these kinds of resources too. So, there's no shame in stealing these things and using them as your own process. Give credit where credit is due, but like my process works really well. That's why I want people to use it. It's not because, like that's why I'm giving it away. And I think, there's a fine line, but like certainly borrow what's out there, especially within this community, within TOFU. Like you're just going to drown in resources if you start poking around.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, Tyler.
In a good way. In a good way.
7 years ago.
Come on.
We're all drowning.
I will say one thing that I feel like I just recently learned was that having that process and having it documented makes it easier to change, not harder. I feel like that's sort of counterintuitive, or it was to me, right? It's like, so that way I can go back and say, oh, like I did this and it didn't work that well this time. So like I'm going to adjust my process so that next time I do it a slightly different way, right? Like
Tyler,
then
you're
I
just
can
explaining the scientific method.
Yeah, basically, essentially, that's what it is, right? I mean, that is, and yeah, just like Brooklyn was saying, right? It's like I'm 10 years into running an agency, we still change our processes constantly, right? Like they're still evolving, they're still changing. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll stop belaboring that point. Angela had a question, which I think is an interesting sort of jumping off point. So she was asking, I think she was talking specifically about Brooklyn's follow-up process when she asked this question. But basically, her question is, if you're pitching a client and you're not hearing back from them and you've sent them like pricing, do you start lowering the price, Brooklyn?
To me first? I guess it was my session. 5 years, 4 years ago, Brooklyn. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be like, okay, I can do it for 1,000. Okay, I can do it for 500. Now, like to use Liam's words, it's our pricing or it's the highway, and not in it doesn't have to be rude. It can be, here's our minimum. Here's my minimum as a freelancer. Here's how I work. Here's my pricing. What we don't adjust on is the price itself. What we do get flexible on is the scope. If you're talking to someone, this is maybe 50% of the time when I'm talking to a prospect, they know what they need. They just need to make a case to their boss and their boss's boss that it's worth investing X amount in it. So that's when you can get flexible and dig into where the internal blockers are, what the person you're talking to's goals are, and then see if you can adjust and start with a smaller chunk of work first. And be like, what if we prove it out with XYZ over 3 months instead of signing you up for this bigger 6-month scope? The pricing itself per article or case study or whatever doesn't change. It's just, we're just getting flexible on the scope so that we can kind of like jump in and prove it out.
Yeah. I would say too, the other thing that we do is sort of changing the scope, essentially what you're saying, Brooklyn. But like, instead of us writing the briefs, you're going to write the brief, right? And so then we can like adjust the price based on that or whatever, right? So sort of negotiating on the terms, as it were. What about you, Liam? How much wiggle room does your pricing have? I'm going to guess not a lot.
Not much, but I think I really resonate with what Brooklyn is saying. Like when I send a pitch or like a proposal rather, it's broken down very, very clearly, every little service that I'm going to do, and has a price next to it so that it's very easy for me to be like, yeah, sure, we can come down $1,000, but there goes, the monthly reporting. And like one of the maybe slightly more sneaky things I recommend people do is just have a management fee, so that, that quote, like, know your worth and add taxes. It's like one of my favorite quotes for freelancers, and also add a management fee, because like $500 to $1,000 management fee is really easy to just say, I'm going to waive that as a way to like come down on price for you. So worst case scenario, they pay a management fee, which they should be paying anyway. And best case scenario, you just like go into it with the mentality that like that's gravy. And that if they want to negotiate, you have that little cushion that you built in to knock off.
That's amazing. And what about you, Rachel?
First of all, Liam, that is genius. What the heck? I have never heard that.
Learn that in
I've heard of like
learn that in agency.
Agency, classic agency behavior. Of course. I would actually default to my test piece guide. I have like a guide on whether or not you should do test pieces for clients, which like most clients expect. Surprise, especially in content. But I think that it depends on where you are in your career and what your goals are. When I desperately needed clients when I first started, I had zero experience, never worked in corporate, never worked in marketing, knew nothing about SEO, silly me. And I didn't go to school for marketing. I had nothing going for me basically, and I was just like trying to convince anybody to hire me. At that point, I would reach out to them and say, hey, actually, I'm happy to do a free test piece to show you my skills and show you that I'm the right fit for you. Would you be willing to do that? And if they say yes, then I have like a whole template for that. But if you do have some experience and you're not desperate for clients, or you're just not desperate for clients, you could offer like a discounted test. So like 20 to 50% off of what your normal rates are, again, to show them. And if you have demonstrated experience, absolutely never, ever, ever lower your pricing below your baseline level. I would say like some experience, or the point where I would not lower pricing is if you have at least 3 clients or 3 examples of something that you did for a client in the niche or service that you're offering. So say you just started email copywriting, maybe your first 3 you offer to do a free test before you start working with them. If you've been email copywriting and you've already had 3 clients, don't back down. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Yes, you can change the scope if that's what you want to do, but you don't have to. Like, maybe that's just not the right client for you. And also, if you just keep following up with them, they will eventually cave. Like, follow up them for 2 years straight every quarter. Like, it might just not be the right time for them. You know what I mean? They might not have a budget right now. They might not need your help right now. But 2 years from now, they probably will. And if you're persistent, but in a polite way, quarterly, when they're already making decisions anyway and need your help, and you're just like there on time, awesome. But like, there are clients that I literally chased for like 3 years. It took me 2 years to land Grammarly. And they were so happy when I was there for them to hire, and I did not need to change my prices. So I don't know. That's what I would defer to.
I love that. I feel like freelancers underappreciate how much chaos there is inside the client companies, which is often the reason why you don't hear back from clients, is not because they don't like you or because your price is too high. It's because there's just like things are on fire everywhere and they're trying to just like get a meeting with their boss or whatever. Like,
yeah, there are clients that I've gotten after 7 follow-ups, and people are like, you're sending 7 follow-ups, that's psychotic. And I'm like, no, that's being helpful. Like, you're just showing up at the right time for them. And they didn't respond to a single one of those other follow-ups. And then when they did respond, they were like, oh, thank God you messaged me. I like actually really need help right now. Thanks. Every single person that I've gotten after 5 follow-ups has said, thanks for being persistent. And it's not hard for me because I have follow-up templates and I have them scheduled. That's all you have to do. Like, just copy and paste on the day you're supposed to send it, and it works out. And like, that's when it pays to have a system, which I think we've really nailed nailed
I was saying, I mean, like, it's systems all the way down, guys. It's systems all the way down. Amazing. Well, we are at time, so we're gonna have to wrap up here. First of all, apologies that we didn't get to all the questions, but Rachel, Liam, Brooklyn, thank you so much, y'all, for the amazing workshops. Thank you for answering all of our questions. Today has been amazing. Thank you all for joining us live as well. A couple quick wrap up things here. Number one, if you haven't already joined TOFU, go do that. Join tofu.co. Join our free Slack community. Why wouldn't you? Amazing people inside, amazing events, etc. Also, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Thank you. And finally, a quick reminder, if you signed up for the afternoon networking calls, the TOFU Connect calls, those are happening right now. We're actually 2 minutes late, so sorry about that. Go jump on those, meet some fellow attendees, ask questions, get feedback, make lifelong friends. Y'all, thank you again so much. Thank you, Rachel, Liam, Brooklyn. Thanks, guys, for joining. And thanks, everyone, for attending today.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
hosting,
so much.
Tyler.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, y'all. Have a good one.
Well,
Bye.